it goes. Okay. Hello. All right. I think we're streaming. Are we not? I assume so. It says we're live. We're live. We don't have any viewers yet. Big surprise there. Okie-dokie. No one? We are streaming, aren't we? What says there are people here? Oh, my microphone was hiding. But look, it says there's no one here. Are there people here? Well, there's got to be because you're here and it says we're not here. So I'm not getting any viewership counts. All right. I don't have answers. Is it saying it's me at least? Nope. I'm still Pablo. And look, people are disappointed. There were 25 people here just a few minutes ago. Nope, now it's only 10. They realized I'm not Pablo, so they left. Pablo's so popular. I don't know what's going on. It says we're connected. No, that's not what we want. Everyone stop. Ah. All right. Hey, Jason, how's it going? I don't know. I have this stone shape that I'm playing with. But today's one of those days we can make anything we want. No big agenda. See? Yep. I guess I'll just have no clue who's here today. So that's YouTube. Is there anyone from Facebook? If we have Facebook covered, we're fine. Can everyone hear me? Is everything okay? Because once again, yeah, who the hell knows? I don't. I always look so, I really love doing these streams because I always look so competent. Like, yeah. And that's why we go from 20 to 8 people viewing, right? Not double extract, accept. All right. Hey, how are we doing? Hello, hello, hello. So we're going to keep, I think these are creased, are they not? They are creased. You have to remember. So when you do extractions, there are creases, which is super nice now because when we come down to ZBrush, you go detect edges, keep creases, and I'm going to take this to be as low as we can get it. ZBrush. Oh damn, if I did not do this again. I keep forgetting to run OBS as an administrator. Hello. All right, so we have someone from everyone. So everyone can hear me. Everything's okay? For some reason, once again, I'm Pablo, and I have absolutely no clue how many people are here. So, how's it going, sir? We're going to divide this up. That is one problem with remeshing is you get weird, but that's okay. Because I would rather have the weird geometry and have my subdivision levels. We can reproject to this in a bit. How is everyone doing today? Did everyone have a good week? Anything exciting and new going on in your lives? I can tell you there's not a whole lot exciting and new going in mine, just working away, if you know what I mean. And now we're here. There we go. It just shrinks down a little. Now, high part, there we go. Interesting. All right. Whoa, what happened there? Yeah. I'm not too worried about it. I mean, people will join us or they shan't. I'm not going to be too stressed out about it. So everyone, how are we doing? Remember, if anyone has any questions whatsoever, feel free to ask, and I'm more than happy to answer any of your questions as we go along. What's going on here? Did I get both sides? Back face mask is important. All right, we'll deal with that in a bit. Flip. Control W. Divide this guy up. Hello, how are you doing? Right, isn't it usually like you're like, oh, that's great, and then you're like, oh my God, what's going on? yes, that's a real thing. Okay, well, did you retain your subdivision levels or did you go to a Dynamesh? The real key with what I do and how I build my models, and it's, I guess, unlike a lot of other people who work in ZBrush, I keep getting told that I work backwards. In fact, in my presentation at the ZBrush Summit in 2016, they were like, the backwards workflow of T.S. Wittelsbach. So did you keep your subdivision levels or did you Dynamesh and no longer have subdivision level? You had your subdiv? Well, all you have to do is lower your subd in here. Well, we'll get there in a second. Let me get some thickness on this real quick and I'll show you how to smooth. I want symmetry on. I wonder if this is X and Z symmetry or X. It looks pretty symmetrical all the way around. Okay. So I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to kick this up so we can get there quicker and make some kind of rough geometry here. Right, so I'm just blocking this up, getting some meat onto this. And so you can see that when I'm doing my block up, I'm never very careful about this, right? I just tend to get in there and put material in. Now, I wonder if I have backface masking on. I do. Okay, good. Backface masking, really important. Right, so we've got so you were having a problem getting your lumpy surfaces sorted out. 99% of the time it's because you're trying to smooth this stuff, right? So let me make sure we have smooth stronger set on. That's the other thing. I always use smooth stronger, so it doubles the smoothing capacity. And see, as you're here and we're trying to smooth this, you're not going to be able to smooth this. It's 10 million polys, and you know, this is just too rough. You're not going to be able to smooth this out, right? I can sit here and smooth on this and it's not doing anything. So remember, you got to lower your resolution down here, and you can relax your mesh very efficiently, right? And I do this in steps, so I'd like do this before I continue sculpting on more, and that just relaxes that mesh down to, you know, something usable, something where I want it to be higher res. Some more of that texture will come back, because remember, it retains detail as you step up in your geometry, right? High res. Right, so you can see that I went from a pretty rough mesh to one that's now pretty smooth. Did that? Hey, Sarah. Well, make sure that, I think next week's crit session, so make sure you bring more models in. So Neil, does that make sense? Can I cut a sharp edge into this? Well, now that I'm up here in my higher subdivision level, I mean, what exactly do you mean? You mean, can I cut? You mean, can I divide this up? Can I cut it so it opens up? Is that what you're asking? Well, like if I wanted to do a Z model change to this model, so you would have to, what I would do is duplicate it, right? I would lower my res back down to my Z model of this, right? Or back down to the lowest version, right? This is basically the Z model version of this. I'd then delete higher. I'd do my Z model or whatever I want to do to it, right? Let's say I want to, I don't even know what I have selected. Come on. What do you mean it's not symmetrical? Oh, I thought I'd delete it higher. Delete higher. Okay, it's going to be not symmetrical, so we're going to mirror and weld X. Well, that's fascinating. Let's mirror and weld Z first. See that little dent? That's weird. Mirror and weld X. There we go. So now it's symmetrical. And so if you wanted to come in and do something like this, right? If I had detail on this piece that I wanted to transfer over, right? I would take this, I would divide this up, and then I would project my detail. Obviously, I would mask those off so they stayed, but that's the only way I know of going back and forth between the two. Because once you subdivide, you can no longer use ZModeler. Oh no, did that make sense? I'm okay. Okay. Yeah, of course. And, you can't, like I said, if you really want it an express bevel, once again, duplicating it, and you can even just project it back to that edge bevel, right? So let's hide this real quick. Let's duplicate this again. we're going to lower res. Let's hide this real quick so we can see where our resolution is. Lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res. So let's say that's, you know, kind of the bevel you want. We don't have to go all the way back down, right? Like if this is sort of the bevel detail you want, delete higher, delete lower. And now you can come back in with ZModeler and let's say slide. Was that edge loop complete? Edge loop complete. So you can slide this here and you can creep that down and creep that down. So if that's sort of like the bevel you're looking for, this is the bevel we're looking for. At this point, you can turn your lines on. Come in here, go crease, edge loop complete, edge loop these two edges, or crease those two edges, do not edge loop them. And now when you divide, that's smooth and that's sharp. You can come back in here and you can either reproject the whole thing, or you can take your projection brush, come in and project it down to that crease, right? Now you do need to make sure that I wasn't very careful, because obviously when this, when I went down, when I subdivided it, obviously you lose something. See how it got that much smaller? So reproject up, keeping your bevel, and then you can just project your bevel back into it. But right when I took it back down to that lower subdivision level, it shrank a little. So you have to reproject it up first and then do the bevel. I do have Instagram. Oh, hey, look, there it is. So, you know, remember that you can keep your high resolution model and do some of the other stuff that you want to do with it, right? With that ZModeler. And then you can just reproject it to the part. I tend to be lazy. I tend to just, if I want a bezel or a bevel, I just tend to sculpt it in and come back for it later. You know, precision bevels and stuff, I don't know. Most of my stuff is so fluid. I very rarely worry about bevels. I'll usually just kind of, that is way too strong. Hold on. First of all, let's use the right brush strike. You know, I'll come back in. And as long as you give it a set of normals facing a direction, right? You can see that I'm pulling the normals to be a face in there. And then that way when you, like, see that little lip right there? You need to get rid of that if you're going to do a bevel. But, you know, I'll come in here and I'll just literally kind of just sculpt it into where I kind of want it to be. And then I'll use SK trim. And I'll just come in and use SK trim and hit it. And it'll give me a nice bleedy edge. And so normally, like, no, I still haven't gotten a full full scale. Oh my God, I really do need to, right. So I'll just hand sculpt that in usually. I spend more time than that, but at this moment, not what I'm worried about. What is going on? Obviously, I had the wrong brush on. Because I'm going to sculpt on this, and you know, you can see that there are different edges there. They're not perfect. At this point, I'm still blocking stuff up. I'm never worried about that this early on. Well, I'm glad. It's the whole point of me being here is to give you ideas. So did anyone do anything wonderfully entertaining this week? I hear California's closing down. Texas and Florida are a nightmare, but they're not closing down. How is Brazil doing? Are you all still in a COVID nightmare, or is that just us? All right. If there is anyone who has any questions, feel free to ask. So it's been fun. I've been spending more time on educational videos, and they're definitely coming along. It's nice to be making progress on something that's been taking me forever to get accomplished. Look, my computer at home signed in. Yeah, it's always... Hey, Mike, don't make it where we're completely spamming them. Just... well, we do have a course that's coming up, which is a short course, and that's through Vertex School. My educational platform should be done. We're shooting for that last September, last week in September is what we're shooting for. Well, you can make an anchor pendant. That's easy. Anchors are easy. What kind of anchor? All right. No, you're good. I'm not harassing you. I'm just saying, you know, when there's only blue on the screen and not question, I get lost. I can't find people's questions. Well, I have this kind of opal, and so I started futzing around. To be deadly honest, I have no idea what I'm making. I'm just making something. It'll develop as we go along. If anybody has any questions or wants something answered, feel free to ask, and because I really have no real agenda about what I'm doing here, so feel free to ask away, and I will gladly step aside of this model. And I do not have backface masking turned on. That's important when you're trying to not mask everything. So backface masking works with smooth as well, and with masking, and then that way you can just, because I'm going to start stretching this out, so I don't want this inside surface to change, right? So I'm masking the inside. You can now turn this like Control W. So now that's a different poly group. So that's if you ever want to mask it again, it's simple. You just polygroup it, boom, and now you have that contact surface is now tied to a polygroup. Mystic, it's both 3D dimensional sculpting, but you can send it directly to printers. If you've, so I don't know here. Let's just go to ArtStation real quick. So I made all of this stuff in ZBrush. So like tables, furniture, plaques, knives, jewelry, rocking chairs. So you can do any, you know, it's digital sculpting, but it is definitely tied into manufacturing now. So it's very nice. It's a one brush input to printer, and ZBrush is a wonderful thing. How do you know when it's enough to work on a piece? So how do you know when to stop? That's the question of forever. You know, what's going to happen is you just keep sculpting until you see something good, or until it just absolutely completely sucks and you stop. I mean, experience is what's going to teach you that. You know, it really comes, I mean, don't be afraid to make stuff that sucks. I make stuff that sucks every day. Well, at least every week. Sometimes I have a good day. But, you know, if you're, don't get wrapped up in whether it's good or not. You know, try to just, you know, if it gets to the point where it sucks bad enough where you're like, Jesus, this sucks, stop. Throw it away and make another one. Nothing's precious. If you get to a point where you're stuck on a model, toss it and come back to it later. You know, just save and then just go on and try something new. And if you're getting frustrated, I find that even if you, like, let's say she's making an anchor, right? So let's say she gets to the point where she's at the anchor and she's just struggling and it's stuck and it's not working. Well, set the whole model aside. Don't continue to work on that model like that. Set the whole model aside and reblock it up and redo it. And as you're redoing it from the basics, you often find where, like, you might have messed up here, messed up over here. When you're going from your block up again, it lets you rethink. You know, don't try to mirror your block up, just go at it and try to get it. And at that point, you've seen the piece a little differently. And start from block up and start over again. And often that allows you the freedom to see something differently as you're developing the part. At the end of the day, it comes down to experience, and you're going to make stuff that sucks, and don't worry about it. You know, like I said, everybody makes stuff that sucks. Everyone. And nothing's precious. Nothing you can hold on to so hard that you can't throw it away. Oh yeah, no, it's an incredibly powerful piece of software. It really allows me to do incredibly detailed, incredibly ornate work and get it into manufacturing. So like a lot of people who use ZBrush for the film industry and the game industry and things like that. I'm a manufacturer. I don't know anything about games or any of that stuff. Everything I do is about getting the part out of ZBrush and into print and then into casting of some sort or another, or milling. Like the rocking chairs and stuff need to be CNC milled. So, yeah. No, you're not sending me bad luck with my anchor. I love anchors. Don't make me pull out my anchor and show you my anchor. Yeah, ZBrush fan, it's tricky. Honestly, it's just, you keep doing it. You just keep making stuff and making stuff and making stuff. I mean, I'm clinically, I know a lot of people are like, oh, I'm OCD. Well, no. I'm clinically OCD. So I never have a problem with that. I just keep working. You know, when you say you can't, if you can't think of an idea, and this is something that I find that new ZBrushers or even new artists in general have problems with, is that they think that they have to come up with something on their own all the time and it has to be great. Well, that's not how traditional art worked. You used to work with a master and you would copy their work until you could make your masterpiece. That's where the whole concept of masterpiece comes from, is that's when you didn't necessarily surpass your master, but when you could come up with awesome ideas on your own. So if you're having real problems with coming up with ideas, don't put yourself under that pressure. Just start copying things. Like when I'm doing nothing, like often I'll just sit down and I'll start sculpting flowers, or I'll sculpt boats, or hey, I'm going to sculpt a scooter, and I try to do it as realistically as possible. And then that's just something I use later on. So don't be afraid. And when I say copy things, I mean like look at a resource or look at a source and reproduce that. Because that's going to, a lot of people, this is the other kind of little gimmick that new artists in general use, and that's they'll sculpt on something or they'll draw something, and then when you look at the resource material, it looks like nothing like the resource material. And they're like, oh, well, it's art. I was being stylistic. Well, no, you weren't. You just didn't know what you were doing. And that's not a problem, but you need to know that that's what you're doing. And so I think early on, there's absolutely nothing wrong with copying actual objects, using reference material and reproducing it by the reference material. And that's not plagiarism, that's using reference material. Now, if you were to go to my website and copy everything that I had done, that's okay for a teaching tool, but when you say you did it, that's plagiarism. Copying is a very powerful tool of learning. And don't be afraid to just sit down and try to, because I think a lot of people fall into the pressure of, oh God, I've got to create something incredibly interesting, and that's not easy. Coming up with good ideas is not easy. If it were, there'd be a lot of fantastic artists in the world. And there are a lot more not great artists in the world than there are great artists in the world, I think. So don't be afraid to learn, and I think reproducing things that you see is a very powerful learning tool, because you can very clearly see when you're right or wrong, right? All right. Work. Do I have any suggestions or important tips for people starting a ZBrush portfolio? Sculpt a lot. It's all man hours. The more time you spend working, the better you're going to be. And once again, I think that's really important. And I think, if you're just building your portfolio, that's where doing life studies and things like that, and just showing people that you can reproduce something that you see is an important deal, Yeah, learning to sculpt's a very big deal. It's a very big part of that, obviously. And I think that that's where a lot of people fall short, right? So don't be afraid to get in there, reproduce things you see, and then obviously at some point you'll want to show that you have creative ideas. But a lot of the studio jobs have nothing to do with creative ideas. A lot of the studio jobs they're going to discover that you're good at denim, and you're going to do everything that's denim. You're going to do denim shirts and denim jackets, and half the time you're not even going to be sculpting those. You're going to be getting them and texturing them. So the game and film industry, they're called industries because they're industries, right? You notice it's not game and film arts. No, it's industry. And a lot of those jobs are are replicating and trying to get the right textures. Or I know someone who did helicopters for like 3.5 years because he was very good at helicopters. It's just, you never know. But the thing about portfolios, I would say, is get as good as you can be, and that means sculpting a lot. All right. I'm not Pablo, but hello, Salim. I know they've mislabeled me. Sorry. I'm Tomas. Pleasure to meet you. How easy it is to learn? Well, it depends on if you're a sculptor or not. If you are a sculptor or have had experience sculpting, I would argue that ZBrush is much easier to learn because ZBrush is a sculpting program. And so if you have, any kind of experience with physical sculpting, I tend to find that ZBrush comes much more naturally because I was a physical sculptor for like 25 years before I ever touched ZBrush. And ZBrush seemed very natural to me. There were a few things that I had to, the interface can be very daunting and some of that. But honestly, if you have a grasp of sculpting, ZBrush will be much better for you. And for any of you out there who are like, oh, how do I get better at ZBrush? Take life sculpting classes if you can find them. Or take any sculpting classes, but life sculpting is a really good skill to have because what like life drawing and life sculpting provide you with, because you have a limited time to accomplish those projects, you learn to find the basic shape breakdown of the objects you're looking at. So it teaches you how to break down objects into form. So life sculpting and life drawing are incredibly important, I think, to getting good at this. All right. Yes, that is what I'm using, a Cintiq. Did I miss anyone? Ashan, yes. It's ZBrush, and I have a Cintiq. I think it's just how they're saved. It's just like, since I normally build my alphas in Photoshop, mine tend to be PSDs. But if you are building your alphas within ZBrush, you can export them as JPEGs. It's just how people save things. A lot of people forget that ZBrush will take a native JPEG, and so most programs don't take PSDs. So they go ahead and convert, where I tend to like PSDs as the file. It's just a cleaner file usually. JPEGs can be a little noisier because you are compressing them. So I think that's primarily the difference, is that people just forget that you can save a PSD. Or where? Well, there's all kind. I'm on. So this is stuff that I did. This is on ArtStation, and then I have an Instagram. Boop. Wow. Come on. There we go. And so there's a lot of stuff here as well. Oh, got my printer back. Yay. So that means I'm going to, all of these tests that we did earlier for the meteorite balls and for the little jade thing, I'm going to print those so we can actually look at them. We're going to print the glasses so I can see how those are. We actually sent the glasses to a manufacturer in Switzerland. I don't know how that's. I haven't heard from them in a while. Yeah, so that's kind of what I do. Yeah, I very rarely make perfect perfect models. I tend to like a little lack of symmetry. It keeps the eye more interested in the part as it goes on. So yes, I tend to break up my models so they're not perfect. You know what? I used to draw quite a bit. I don't draw much at all anymore. I primarily, it's a waste of my time doing sketches most of the time. Every once in a while, I'll do drawings, but for the most part, I do everything right here. What you see, I mean, I have no idea what I'm doing right now. This is how I develop ideas. I very, very, very rarely revert to sketching anymore. I used to be a pretty good draftsman. Not just drafting, I mean, I used to draw fairly well. But, I mean, it's been 18 years that I kind of shifted to CAD. And I've been doing ZBrush for about 16 years. And, yeah, no, I tend to do all my ideation within ZBrush. I think, well, I could never use it. Well, first of all, ZBrush, you can't use a mouse. Mouse does not have pressure sensitivity. So everything is either 100% on or 100% off. Where, here, let's see, what's something that's obvious. Actually, that FormSoft might be a good one. Where with ZBrush, see, I can start soft. Oh, well. I guess at Z intensity 3, everything starts soft. But I can start soft and then, so it's pressure sensitive, right? And with a mouse, you cannot do that, right? You do not get that pressure sensitivity. Either it's on or it's 100%. Either it's 100% off or 100% on. There is no gradation. Some people can work with tablets. I cannot. It's like I'm dyslexic and working on a tablet over here and having it go over here. It's sort of like Etch-a-Sketch for me. I twist it that way, it goes that way. I'm like, so I have, this is a 21-inch Cintiq. So I'm sculpting on this surface, right? Or a 24-inch Cintiq, whatever. And so this is my portable computer. I'm still, COVID hit, so I didn't get my opportunity to get my 32-inch big one. Yeah, it is. I mean, especially for you. You need to start up your ZBrush skills again. I don't know. I find it, well, I mean, I think people think I'm kidding when I say that literally this is all I do all day, every day, all day. And so, this, it's just, how do you get good? It's just man hours. It's one of the things, in my class, I tried to give my class a lot of time and energy, and I'll tell you what, it's just like, you just have to put time in it. If you don't put time into it, you don't develop the stroke memory. You don't develop, you need to have an intimate relationship with your tool set. And if you don't spend enough time with it, you don't know what it does. I mean, I use this program very specifically. I mean, I use it very differently than most ZBrushers do. And I don't know half of what this program does. because, as a working professional, I didn't have time to sit around and fiddle futz with, oh, I want to learn about UVs. I didn't want to learn about UVs. If it wasn't going to make me money, I didn't want to learn about it. And so, it's how you use the program, how you develop your usage. It's such a deep program with as many things you can do. Because the ZBrush group really, the developers, they spend so much time and energy trying to make this a useful program for its users that, every upgrade changes it dramatically. Every upgrade really upgrades something. And so, there are a lot of stuff that are great for game designers and film work, stuff that I'll never use because it has nothing to do with manufacturing, So a lot of it is just spending the time with it and trying to figure out the tools that you're going to use to accomplish what you need to accomplish, is a lot of it. There's this stone shape that I have, that I have access to this stone. And so I'm just fuddling around. If someone wants specific questions and needs, I'm glad to drop this and do whatever we need. I'm just playing. Hello, I'm sorry, I don't speak. So that's Japanese, that's not Chinese. I know it's Nihongo ga wakarimasu ka? I don't know how to say I don't speak Japanese. Sorry. No, I will almost never start with Dynamesh. I will almost always. There are always there are reasons which I would start with Dynamesh, but I will almost never. If I do start with Dynamesh, I will ZRemesh it and start with a basic primitive. So this is the basic foundation of this part, right? And it's changed some since I've sculpted on it. Well, that's funny. And then you can see as we go higher res. Right, but I want as many subdivision levels as I can possibly get because that allows me to control the mesh, to sculpt at a high resolution quickly so I can sort of develop a vocabulary, but then come back and be able to smooth and control that geometry as I go along. So yeah, I almost never start with Dynamesh. And there are times when you have to Dynamesh things. I will then in turn ZRemesh it down to its lowest polygon count I can get, bring it back up and reproject it. So I always have my subdivision levels. It's just how I work. If I can get that 8 to 9 subdivision levels in every model, it allows me to do a lot of things to that model that once you switch to a Dynamesh, you can never accomplish. And that's where a lot of people are like, oh, Tomas, you sculpt in 10 million polys. How do you ever smooth it? Well, if I come in here and try to do this and smooth this, and I'm using smooth stronger, you can see I'm not getting anywhere on the model, right? Because the mesh density is so strong that you can't smooth at that level. But what I tend to do is I'm like, okay, look, I can't smooth this. So I just drop a few subdivision levels and I will relax my mesh here. You can see that I've started to stretch this out. So this up here is becoming not very useful mesh, right? And so at some point I will probably remesh this model so I have that in it. But you can see I can come in and I can smooth this at these lower levels, higher, smooth, right? And this is a way you can smooth your mesh and still have a high resolution model and work through it at that point. But you can see how this is starting to stretch some, right? You can see how I just don't have the mesh density up here. And if I know that I'm going to sculpt on this and I want this mesh density, this is where you come back to, hold on, delete, duplicate, lower subdivision levels. Right, and we have a little bit of skewing here because it's trying to fulfill some of that mesh. So let's look at the geometry. Now I need to see my lines. Right, and you can come back in and delete higher. Bring this back down to where it just, you can see that that's not in the center, right? So I'm not too stressed about this. So what we're going to do, come in here. I'm going to then ZModeler, insert. I'm going to throw a little bit more geometry up here because I know that I'm using it up there, right? And we're going to do it here as well. But what I'm going to do here, I'm now going to go mirror and weld Z. Oh. I want it to be the other direction. Mirror and weld Z. Okay, so you can see it's not perfectly there, so I'll just go ahead and do it on mirror and weld X. Now I have some weird geometry in here. Actually, let's go back before we do that and get rid of these. If I'm going to mirror and weld, I don't want that funky geometry, so we're going to get rid of it. Right. Let's mirror and weld Z again. Nope. Mirror and weld X. And we'll just kind of move these out. And I don't mind spending this little, oh, I'm just adding stuff in there now. Move points. Boom, boom, boom. 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 Did I just add more? I did, yeah. I keep tapping those edges and adding more. I'll just move it down like that. I'll divide this up. Actually, let's go ahead and put these in here. X. Because I know that, right, we have this in here. So I'm just going to add a little bit of extra geometry in there so we don't get that stretching out, right? And I'll go ahead and insert an edge loop there because I know that that's stretching up. All right, that's close enough. Now I'll divide this up. Where are we at? Yeah. Boom. And let's just turn on transparency and kind of get this sort of in where we want it. I'm not being too careful, I'm just kind of getting the geometry where it's kind of close to the surface. Not being too careful, same thing here. Not being too careful, I just want the geometry sort of getting close to that transparency, right? kind of run over it real quick. Give it a little dingleberry there so it's coming in at this point. Project all. I guess I got a little over active with my filling in there. That's why you don't want to always use clay buildup. Right, and then you can see we have a little hole there. That's close. Fill in these little holes so it's closer to my projection range. And you might say, oh, well, this is a lot of work just to get back to that base geometry. But as I work more and more in this, and I know that I'm going to do more work up here, it's easier just to fix it at this point as we're just beginning. If I know that I have places that my geometry just isn't where I need it, I will often ZRemesh and reproject, because that way, like I said, I kind of have control over my geometry. Reproject all. Hold on. Whoa, you're going way faster. One sec. Z-spheres. Can I tell us about macro and nano details in ZBrush? How to do it as possible? Now, do you mean macro brush and nano brush, or are you talking about how do I get really tiny details? Because those are two different questions. So, who is that? Hariam, tell me if you're talking about just sculpting really, really tiny detail, or are you talking about nano brush and macro brush or micro mesh? All right. Yes, A909, it can, and hold on here, just real quick, boom. All of this stuff was made in ZBrush, printed, and cast, right? So furniture, jewelry, you can do all of this stuff. Here, right, I have sake sets and tea sets and jewelry, and so everything I do is actually targeted towards manufacturing to come out of the program. So yes, your chat is on the side of setup. No, I just put the chat box there, and since I have a wide screen, I just slid ZBrush in a little, right? So that's just a freestanding screen. It is in OBS. It's just that external screen. Okay. Yeah, ZBrush classrooms. You know, you can always take a class. I teach classes. It depends on what you want to learn, you know. But the basics, ZBrush Classroom's the easiest right now until I have my education platform set up, and then we'll give you all of that basic stuff. Yes, he is very good basics teacher, even though he talks very fast. What allows me, why I remesh is because it allows me to control my mesh as I go on, because mesh fidelity is a very big deal for me, because I do very high detailed prints, or I do very high detail models and prints, so that geometry is important to me. Because see, as you can see, hold on, let's control W, let's get all this. Where these meshes, hold on, let me divide. I need to divide that again. So like this was a 10 million poly mesh, right? But I started to lose some edge fidelity up here in this because I stretched it out. So by remeshing it, I have that geometry up here, and it's 6 million poly models less than the other one, but I actually have geometry where I want it up here, so I can have that high resolution work that I was doing, if that makes sense. All right, because let's turn this on. And I could just, is this at its highest res? Yeah. So I can come back in here, and because I don't want to lag the stream, I'm not going to reproject the whole thing, but I can turn my symmetry off and use my projection brush, and I can just come in here and just brush this back up to the detail that I was at just in this area, so I don't have a ton of work to do about it, right? So you can see that it's using the brush to project back to these points. And because I don't have symmetry turned on, I'm going to come back in here and just do it here as well. And so very quickly, I'm right back at the, right, I have all that stuff that I'd put in just a few minutes ago in. One sec, let's fill this up. And now we'll turn this guy back on. And my projection brush turns symmetry off. And you can see, you can just get back to that very quickly. No drama. And now I can just start sculpting here. And I have a lot more geometry on these heads than I did before, just because I took the time and remeshed it. So that allows me to be able to come in here and do this without having my mesh stretched out so dramatically like it was, even 6 million polys more in the other model, if that makes any sense. Right, you can see I'm doing this and I'm not getting that massive tessellation from the mesh being stretched because I added that extra geometry when I went back in. Right? All right. Well, Natty, you're always going to have shrinkage. Okay, there is no, because even off the printer, you know, once you go into wax and then go into your investment, you're always going to have shrinkage. What you have to do is do the first piece, measure it, and that gives you your shrinkage percentages. And then you just change the size of the model. I think at William Henry, our shrinkage rates are like about 3%. So I just increase the size by 3%, and then it'll be the same. You know, the second you go, when you say exact, there is no such thing as exact in jewelry unless you're milling metal. Casting's voodoo, you know, it's like the only way to get exact measurements is to know your system and know which machines are producing your parts. And only then are you going to be able to tune your prints to have exact sizing. But you also have to remember jewelry. I know we live in this world where everyone's like, oh, there's this myth of precision in jewelry, and it's not true. Jewelry is voodoo. It's taking molten metal and making it do things. And, if something doesn't fit on a jewelry bench, you take a hammer and you hammer it onto a ring sizer, and you knock it up to make it a bigger ring size, or you crunch it down to make it a smaller ring size. I mean, the concept that jewelry is as exact as computers, it's not true. And a lot of people get very, very, very frustrated because they don't understand that. Like I said, the only way you get really exacting measurements in jewelry is if you know your percentages and you've made a lot of jewelry that is not exact, and that's how you know what's exact, because you then change it to match your process, if that makes any sense. But you're dealing with 2 to 3%. So if you just increase it 2% as a safe, as a first safe, you're going to be pretty darn close. And when we're talking close, we're talking about 0.5 mil, 1/4 mil. If you're dealing with ring sizes, you're fine. You're never going to have an issue with that. Mikey has my number. Yeah, just give me a ring. I'm free for Tuesday's crap, but after Tuesday, anytime during the day is fine. Just give me a ring. I'm easy. This is a real shape stone. It's pretty close. Wow, that's a good shrinkage rate. Yeah, it completely depends. Like in platinum, I mean, you can sometimes have like 5 to 7% shrinkage, In ceramics, you have like 26% shrinkage in one direction, and then it's 10% shrinkage XY and 22% Z. So, knowing your process, knowing what you're doing is the only way to attain accuracy. And that's just experimenting. I mean, I know that we've sort of pretended that this has become a science. It's not. I mean, it's so gefubble-fubbled. It really is. And anytime you hear people, and I hear, I see webinars and all of this stuff, and anyone who says that it's accurate without you doing a first cast, measuring it, and then adjusting your shrinkages and stuff, they're lying to you, because there is no such thing as first run accuracy out of a computer or in jewelry in general, because you have 3 different shrinkage points. You have your print or your wax carve, right? You then have your investment. You have your metal shrinkages, and depending on what your metals are, I mean, it's voodoo. Anyone who says that this is an accurate art is insane, or they don't do it, or they're just lying to you. In a lot of, especially in the computer world, people lie about accuracy all the time. It's not true. It's just not true. Not without that first print run where you can measure something. It's a lie. Oh, certain white golds shrink even. I think X1 has like a 5 to 6% shrinkage rate. I think it was X1 that white gold, X1 white gold shrinks a lot, if I remember. I think that was one of the white golds shrinks really dramatically. Yeah. Well, no, it doesn't make a two-tone piece difficult. You just have to. Now, when we're talking about shrinkages, if you roughly know that it's 3, just make your first one 3% and then do it. I mean, if you're doing your own casting, it doesn't make it difficult, because, you just throw the metal back into scrap and you measure it, right? But once you know your shrinkage rates, you're fine, right? So, you can be perfectly accurate as long as you know what your shrinkage rates are. Yeah. No, it's, it frustrates me because I think a lot of, and especially if you're just learning, a lot of people don't understand that there's shrinkage rates and that you really have to pay attention to the shrinkage rates. And I think that lends itself to the problem of why people are like, oh, ZBrush doesn't have an accurate scaling system because, I did this piece and, it came back and it was 3 sizes too small. Well, if you get something that shrinks 3 sizes, that's serious. I mean, but, it can happen. And then they're like, oh, well, ZBrush didn't export it the right size. Yeah, it did. But there's shrinkage, and until you've worked with it and dealt with it, you just don't, you don't understand that that's the issue. And if you're sending your models away all the time, like if you are not in the casting where the casting's happening, you're very, very open to lazy caster syndrome. And what lazy caster syndrome is that first of all, they don't tell you that there's shrinkage, right? They just assume, all right, well, you've done this before, right? And then when things are wrong, and if a piece comes up and it's 3.2% off, and they know their shrinkage rates are around 2%, they're going to blame it on you. They're going to go, well, you just don't know what you're doing. Or ZBrush doesn't have real scale. They won't tell you that it's the shrinkage rate, because if they do, then they're somewhat culpable, because they could take that model and they can look at it and they can know if there's shrinkage put into it. But most casting houses are lazy. They're just going to take what you get or take what you send them, and they're going to cast it, and it doesn't matter. They're just, they don't care. And it's really funny because we had, I'm working with a gentleman named Edward Walker, and we sent some pieces to a place in LA, and they tried to tell me that my models weren't watertight and this and that. And it's like, you may be able to tell a lot of people that, dude, but let me tell you, I know how to make a watertight model. You know what I mean? And it's just, a lot of casting places who are doing your printing are scammers, and they will, technically, you're right. It is your fault. And I agree. Like, if you don't understand that, that's something that through your lack of education, that measurement is wrong. But, if you're doing this for a living and you get that happening all the time, well, what they're doing is they get to charge you twice or 3 times or 11 times or whatever for what you're doing. And they know what the problem is 99.9% out of the time. And it's just another way to make money. And I find it quite repugnant. I think it's a crappy thing to do, especially if like if I were running a shop, I would ask you, did you include shrinkage, or is this is this the exact size, or is this shrinkage? And, it's an easy way to make extra money. And there's the guys that were doing ours, what I found so funny about it is that they kept saying that, oh, this is completely wrong. Your models aren't watertight. And they were using a program called Magix to do the mesh testing. And there's a button you can push in Magix that basically was designed for very, very, like CAD, quad surface modeling. So it was really designed for very clean quad models. And if you run a mesh through it, it says that the mesh needs repair because it has too much information. And it's one button. And I had to tell this group of people that, look, dude, I used Magics too, and if you push that little button, the one on the bottom left, you're going to have every mesh you have fail, and you know you're doing that, and it's very disingenuous, and it's borderline fraud. And you know, I'd be happy to come down and show you how to run your own machine if you really want me to, but I'm not your Huckleberry on this one, dude. I've been doing this 16 years. I assure you I know what that button is. But you know, most people don't, and sadly a lot of people get screwed on that way. And it's just, you know, people are greedy. They're going to try to get that extra 25, 30 bucks, 50 bucks, 100 bucks out of you every time. And I find it to be a repugnant, whoa, that's the wrong brush. I find it to be a repugnant business practice, but it happens a lot. Oh, ZBrush doesn't produce watertight. Yeah, it does. Trust me, it does. Of what I'm doing on Workstation? Me? Oh no, Sarah. Okay, I was like, me? Yeah, I'll tell you, it really, I find it despicable behavior. It's theft. I mean, it is technically, without a question, it's theft. And I have problems with that, honestly. But they don't care. They're going to get that 25 bucks. I'm going to get that extra 25 bucks. Oh, I send form. Dude, I have, like, what's great. So here, look. So in ZBrush, right, we have this wonderful thing, analyze selected tool. Boop. And so this gives you, you know, you go, okay, I want this to be this 31 millimeters. And it checks to make sure that everything's tight. And so you go to save. And, okay, where am I saving this? Let's save this to desktop. Subtool analysis. Okay. Save. Now let's hide that. Let's hide that. Where'd it go? Subtool analysis. Come on, open that up. Will it open there? Yeah, so you can see that it shows you the name, it gives you the measurement, it shows that it's a watertight because it gives you the volume, it gives you the surface area. I send that with every print, and most people, they don't even open it up. They're just like, I don't know what that is. Why are we going to open it up? And it's just like, yeah, really? You better open that up, because that's proving that I'm not sending you something that you're going to claim I did. And it's just like, really, I find it disturbing that so many people just don't mind stealing from you. And I mean, that's just straight up theft. Why is that not smoothing? Oh, because that's SK Polish. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there are too many people who are really nasty business people in my book. If you're willing to just rob from everyone, I think that, you know, when that comes back in your face, don't be surprised, because it's crapo business habits. And sadly, a lot of service bureaus will do that to you. Because if you don't know, you don't know. You don't know what to look for. You don't know how they're doing it. Because, I mean, they're sending you a piece of, they're sending you a screen that's showing you that it's like this model needs repair. This model is not mesh sound. It's not blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, you lying. That kind of stuff. It gets me all a flutter. Yeah, no, I'll tell you, if they want you, they'll definitely try to get you. Incredulity. So if anybody has any questions about anything, feel free to ask. I will gladly stop this and answer any of your questions. This isn't super important to me. I'm just kind of futzing around tonight. Also, remember next week is crit week. So if anybody has any pieces that they want critiqued next week, just upload them and we will look at them. Why does my computer keep signing on and off at home? Yeah, there we go. If anyone has any questions about anything, feel free to ask. I might not know, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, it's always tricky dealing with service bureaus. It's just so much more economical to buy a printer if you're going to be printing at all, or if you're going to try to do any kind of this like home manufacturing. You need a printer, because how we learn about things, people ask me all the time, well, what details will show and what blah blah blah. Well, there are no real answers to any of that. Obviously there are some things that just will never show, but so much of it has to do with what your wax printer or what your printer is. Are you going directly from print, or are you going to go to a wax injector? What wax injector do you have? So much of that stuff isn't just easy yes, no answers. A lot of that is process. What is the process you're using? And I think that if you have a printer and you print it out and you keep printing things out, you really start to learn what's going to show, what doesn't show. How deep do I have to kit detail? Those are all things that really are sort of experiential things. You really start to develop an eye for what's going to work and what doesn't as you continue to get familiar with the printer you're using, what kind of casting are you doing? Are you doing centrifugal casting or vacuum injection? It makes a big deal. I assume that's start making, like engraving details. How do you make them like overlap? Are you talking well, if you'll notice, I don't cut details in. I sculpt my detail in my, right? I'm not going to come over here right now and start using, like, everybody uses damn standard and, and they're going to come in here and do this kind of stuff, right? They're like, oh, well, well, if you notice, this is separating my surfaces from what's going over and under, where if I want to crease or a line in something, I tend to sculpt it in, right? So let's say I want a separation line here, right? I tend to do this, and then I'll sculpt that next edge in, and then that way I know where my surfaces are. And it's, especially if you're going into printing, it's incredibly important not to lose edge continuity or surface continuity. And so, like, as you can see, this is diving behind that, right? That's pretty clear, right? Everybody'd see that. Well, look, that's going under that. Well, if I take this and I draw this line, which one's taller? Which one's going behind what? You lose surface continuity, right? You don't know where your edges are if you're just drawing deep vertical lines in. So that's why I don't tend to draw lines. I tend to define lines by levels, if that makes any sense. I really like the idea of just sculpting, not sketching. Well, I have ring sizes and ring bases. Is that what you mean? I mean, I'm always sculpting in scale. So whatever I put on a piece, I know that that's going to be on my ring, if that makes any sense. I mean, I don't usually sculpt things that don't look like what I'm putting on the ring because it's what I'm putting on the ring. Does that make sense? I'm not sure I understand necessarily where we're going with that. I mean, if you sculpt in scale, what you're doing is what you're doing. I mean, it's there, there's no what's going to look different, I guess. So Stefan, I don't know if that answered that question. Well, it's just whatever. It's what, like, I could turn this brush into an IMM and it would be, well, right now, 4.1 million. So if you insert it down, it's just whatever the geometry it is when you create your insert brush, right? Because you're taking a tool and making it an insert brush. So it's whatever your resolution is. If you want a high, let's say you want this as an insert brush, decimate it. Just decimate it down to like 20K or something like that. And then you can use it as an insert brush easily. I have some fairly high resolution insert brushes because I know that I'm only going to use them like 4 or 5 times. And if I wind up with, a million polys after 4 or 5 times, that's not a big deal. If you're doing like entire screens of stuff and you need 500 iterations of it, yeah, you want that to be a tiny model. So it's just whatever size the brush is, or the subtool is that you are turning into a brush. I like the Formlab printers. I just think that for the money, you're getting a printer that you can actually make money off of. And they have enough really good resins that you can do anything with it. Like, I print jigs for tools. I print spare parts for cars. I mean, I do a lot of printing. So I print all kinds of solutions, so I find the Formlab printer is a true 25 micron Z, and it's printing damn close to a true 25 XY. So it's tight, Now the B9, the new B9 is very nice as well. I'd say it's slightly sharper even, slightly higher detail. But it's, I mean, you can buy two Formlabs, a form printer, than you can. I think the B9 is 9,000, 8 to 9,000, something like that, as opposed to 4,000, right? So I don't think you can beat the Formlabs for its price at this point. Now there are some. See, now if you don't need 25 micron printing, if you need, like, if you can do with 50 micron printing, if you're doing bigger stuff, like I saw prints off that Mars, and what's the other one? There are a couple of them that are like $400 to $1,000, and those are great, you know, but you don't have the resin selection then. And I don't know if you can use Formlab resins with those, but Formlab's material technology is awesome. Is drawing left-handed on paper more difficult? No, I don't see that there's any difference at all being left-handed or right-handed. That's I mean, you can adjust your menus to whatever your native menus are, so no, I don't think there'd be any difference whatsoever. Yeah, the cubics, and those are great if you don't need detailed models. Sadly, I need very detailed castable models, and I know that Formlabs is the answer for that right now. I mean, they're much more expensive. So we have a SolidScape, which is really the better solution, but it starts at $25,000. The 3D Systems has a really beautiful jewelry printer that's very fast. It does big build. I mean, like, you can build an entire plate of stuff and it happens fast. But that starts at about, the machine's like 35, and then you need the other stuff and the service contract and all that, and it comes in at about 50, and then the $60,000 one comes in at about 75. I think it's about 75,000. But those are incredible machines, but those are professional machines. I mean, that's for making a lot of models, and yeah, of course, that's the one you want. 65 grand. Easy peasy, right? No, if you're just sculpting, if you're a new sculptor, use reference. I mean, there's nothing wrong with using reference when you're learning, right? No, without a doubt. I mean, hell, I'll tell, like, I have libraries of stuff that I give my students, where it's like, I don't use them, but they're very useful to a lot of people. Where is it? Like, hold on. This is something that I give my students. And actually, I don't give them all of it because it's just too damn confusing. But like, this is just a collection of architectural elements that I've lofted from a bunch of vectors. And what's cool about these, the one thing, how I did them that I like, is they're all broken up into parts. So you can just take that swirl or take that swirl, or, you can break these up into pieces and use them. And so we're going to start building some of these libraries out so people can have them. But as you can see, hold on, let me turn the lines off. Right, you can see that when I lofted them separately, or I tried to loft them separately. So they, right, so this way you can come in here and you can use, oh, I like that shape. And there's nothing wrong with kit bashing. I mean, if you're not a sculptor, you're not a sculptor. It doesn't matter. Just don't steal other people's stuff, But you can take forms and shapes like this, and we're building libraries out of this stuff. And you can see that I've been doing this for a couple years. That's a couple years of what I've accumulated lofting and taking off of those vector things and changing them. So, I think it's perfectly okay to take some of this stuff and use it in your stuff, because some people aren't sculptors, right? And the power of ZBrush is you don't have to be. You can take pre-made things and just incorporate them into your designs, right? So, you know, I have rosettes and swirls and flourishes, and I went to these architectural stuff because these are good shapes that you can use a lot of different things in, right? Dun, 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 dun. Here, flowers and rosettes, and, you know, so no, I think using reference, especially if you have reference sculpture, is fine. And honestly, if you have, you know, you can go to Turbo Squid and some of that stuff, and they have licensings on some of those models that, you know, you can use. You know, you can use anything for anything. You know, the licensing isn't like you have to give them percentages or stuff. You have to read the licensing. But if there's a model that you really love, contact a person. I'm sure you give them $50, $100 or whatever, they'll let you use it. But no, reference is fine. Actually, if you don't know how to sculpt, reference is a way that you can actually make jewelry and not stress about it. I just don't really use it because, well, I mean, I have plenty in my head, let me tell you. I know you didn't get all those. It was too much for you all to cope with. That's too much. You don't need all that crap right now. How many of you used it? Not one of you used it, so I don't want to hear anything out of you. No. Hey, dude, I'm here to answer questions. You cannot answer too many questions. So, Dover, I think it was, had a bunch of, I can't even remember the books. There were a bunch of weird architectural books like that came out in the 90s that had vectors. And let's go vector. So vector art really comes out of Illustrator, but a lot of other things have vector art. And so you can take, all of these are vector, right? And you can take these and loft them. Within ZBrush, there's this thing called text 3D of vector shapes. So this is where you can just type in text, right? And then down here, new SVG, edit SVG. And SVG is a vector file. And so you click new SVG and import it in, and it'll bring all those in as blocks. And all I did was divide it once. It softens all the edges and it makes everything kind of bubbly just really quick. So that's really all I did. I didn't spend a lot of time on it. Hold on. Where'd we go? Vector architectural. I don't want to hear anything about my spelling. So, right, you can see that these are just forms, right? And so the ones that came in a lot of these books, they just give you the outline vectors, and you literally just loft them, and it gives you sort of a three-dimensional shape. So you could take any of this stuff, and it comes out dimensional, right? Does that make sense? I do. Yeah, I Z-remesh and then just divide them up. It just makes things smoother, you know. I know, right? See, no, he kvetched that they didn't use them, I didn't give them all, but no one used them. See? Haha, thank you. Well, if you ask really nice, I'm sure you can probably get it, or at least most of it. Well, if they're old, I'm sure that there is a conversion. There's got to be a conversion program where you just load in whatever that file format. Let's say it's a DXV or something, right? If you just Google search DXV to SVG, it'll give you, I'm sure you can convert it. I'd be shocked if you couldn't convert it, or if there wasn't something that would convert it. No. It can be any of those. Now, how they loft can sometimes get interesting. A lot of illustrators, it's very annoying. People who use Illustrator, one of the things you'll have to look out for, and there are illustration, how would you say it? Like vector repair files. So, like with a lot of those drawings, right? What people do is they do their little lines. These are vectors, right? And then in Illustrator, as you're going, right, like there it fills that, and then you put your next line in and it fills that, and then you put your next point in and it fills that, and then you put your next point in, it fills that, and then when you put this point in, it fills it, right? So it looks like a solid shape. This right here is called lazy Illustrator usage. So this is not a closed vector, so this won't loft as a solid, right? If they don't close them, sometimes you get these weird shapes. And it's because someone using Illustrator is a lazy person. The other thing that you sometimes have to sort out with the vector import is if you have a shape like this and then you have a shape like this, it's going to bring this in as a solid, right? So if this is supposed to be the other way around, like you may need to put a box on it, and then this will be solid, and this will be solid, and this will read as the background. Does that make sense? So however they stack the vectors, it changes what is the solid part and what is the what lofts as a solid and what lofts as a whole, right? And so sometimes you might have to go back in and just futz with the vector a little to get it to be exactly right. But I have Adobe Creative Cloud, so I just open it in Illustrator and you just close the line. It's not a big deal. Yeah, exactly. Illustrator is what I use to produce SVGs when I needed them. Yeah. So, ZBrush is a pretty darn powerful tool in that context. It has tons of really wonderful, it has lots of good stuff going on. I love, I was talking to someone, and text has been in for at least a couple years. And they were sitting there trying to do text with just the Z modeler, and I was just watching him, and he was like, so, is that how you do it? I was like, well, yeah, actually that's real close. That's almost how I do it, but here, and I just opened the thing, typed into Lex, and then I pushed the little arrow button, and it changes the font. He was just like, I hate you so much, because I sat there and watched him like for 45 minutes trying to do it, and I didn't say a word until he was done. I was just like I can be a little sadistic sometimes, but that was funny. He deserved it. In Illustrator? Yeah. It's so funny. I've used Photoshop for so long. That's the only thing I ever used a computer for decades was Photoshop. And I'm pretty now with Photoshop. Photoshop's almost like ZBrush. It has so many different things you can do with it that it's just like, ugh. But I don't know, their new object selection tool is just awesome. It's really impressive, honestly, where you just draw a square around it and it selects the object. It's like, yeah. So there's no, I remember the days of literally like with hair flowing, going through and getting your little outline and lassoing it all. And it was so fun. It made me want to shoot myself in the face. And now you just drag it around it and it works. It's just like, yeah. That is one of the coolest features they have right now. Okay, hold on. Auto group. In that library pack, you made all those from vectors. They all started from vectors, yeah. Some of them I had to loft in different panels and stuff. And yeah, you know, it was just when I'm bored, I do some of that. But I'm pretty sure all those came from vectors of some format or another. Do I know a way to catch stray polygroups? In what context? You mean, does this one? No, this one was all straight polygroups. Hold on. Like this? Is this what you're asking? Do I know how to deal? Like this has a bizarre set of polygroups because I've changed it since I did that first group. Is that what you're talking about? How do you deal with that? That's just Control W. Control W, it makes it all one polygroup. If you mask something off, hit Control W, it'll change what you're masking to a different polygroup. These straight lines, I didn't use Lazy Nezumi actually. If you just get your brush, make your brush hit contact, have your brush contact, and then hold Shift, it'll draw a straight line, right? So if I'm touching, draw, it'll do straight lines. Now, I do use a program called Lazy Nezumi, and this is Lazy Nezumi. It comes on, hit Control 1, see that red flash, that means it's working. Hide this, and now we have this little menu. And this does circles. So this gives you external guides, so you can, you know, draw circles, ovals, straight lines, right? So Lazy Nezumi is a really powerful tool. I use it a lot. But those lines were just done with Shift. Come on. Why aren't you? There we go. I know, right? I really should be. I think I pimp Lazy Nezumi as much as I do Wacom. Well, they're just both good product, you know. They both do incredibly, they do what they're supposed to do very well. Let's sculpt here for a bit. Not on those actually. They came up square, right? But if you just push divide, it all turns soft, right? So here, boom. Right, so let's say you like this shape right here, okay? most of your vectors are going to be pretty simple forms. So W cube. Hold on, I need to, that's a little too small to start with. Let's get our line on here. Let's turn this on. I want this to be boop with none this way. All right, so ZModeler, turn symmetry on. How do I get confused here? Turn floor on. Where am I? Yeah, well, that explains a lot. All right, hold on. Let's get back here and do this in the right direction. Boop. All right. Okay. So now, hide my floor, turn Q on, go to ZModeler, and let's turn on see-through just a little here. Normally I would use a much larger reference image. This is going to be a pain in the butt actually. Here, I'll just pretend. All right, because I'm just showing you, I'm not showing you necessarily how to do this. I'm just showing you what the vector does. So we're like boop, 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 boop. Oops. It's important that you have this set on the right thing, infinite XYZ. Let's try that again. Okay. Actually, we don't need that. Right, so you get your flourish sort of in pattern. And so a vector is going to, it doesn't actually have these lines in there, but it, when you loft it, every one of those points is going to turn into a square, right? So your vector has this many lines in it. So when it lofts, it's going to wind up looking like this, right? And so for that stuff, I didn't sculpt that. I just divided it. And you can see how it just made, right, that shape. So that's why all those shapes are really 2B, because I just took square things with no geometry, divided them, and you wind up with a nice soft shape. But that's fine as a beginning shape, right? You know, even if you don't know how to sculpt, you can do, you know, get out of there, clay tubes. You know, even if you don't know how to sculpt, you could do that, right? And there you go. Now you have right? Now you have a flourish. You know, it's not a lot, this stuff isn't hard. You just have to figure out how to do it smart, right? You know, so you can create those shapes very easily just by tracing anything you like. Even if you don't have vector, you know, you just trace it sort of like I just showed you, and then boop, you just hit divide, round it up, and there you go. Put a little crease in it, put a little scoop in it, right? And no one has to be a genius sculptor to be able to do that. Ta-da! Flourishes abound. No, it does not do tilt and rotate, but honestly, that would create, I think it would create something that's a little bit more difficult to handle if you're not a tool. Like if you're not a sculptor, I think being able to deal with that dimensionality in your stroke would cause more problems than help. Now, if you're a tool, like I would love that, but I think that that would create a lot of issues. I mean, watching people just try to deal with a Cintiq or a tablet, I think that adding that extra dimensionality of twist and rotate, I think you'd have a lot more people quit before they ever got to the point where they felt comfortable creating. But that's my opinion. I could be totally wrong. What do I know? A flourish is sort of in like architectural rendering and in engraving. So there are forms that sort of do this, and then usually they have a sort of contrapposto thing going, right? Right. They're just sort of, you've seen them, I'm sure, right? So those are flourishes. I think technically it means ornate squiggly do. I think that's actually what it says in the dictionary. Ornate squiggly do. Well, you have to understand, I literally have been making money sculpting for 78. So 78, 88, 98, 78 to 88, 98, 2008, 18, 1920. So 42 years I've been making money sculpting. So this is really kind of the only thing I do. Yeah, so after 42 years, if I can't make a quick flourish look okay, I have problems. I'm old, man. I'm an old man. Yeah, I turned 51 in November. I was born in 69. I've been doing this for a while. When I was a little kid, I used to make these little like snowballs or snow globes. I used to like hand sculpt little guys and put them in snow globes and sell them at the Reston Lake. Like they have like a little farmers market fair every weekend. Or might have been every other weekend. I can't remember. I was a kid. What do I know? Yeah. Just think, I was making money when your mom was 3 off of sculpting. Yeah, we don't need to go there. Of course. I'm here every Monday. Come, ask your 1,000 questions. Doesn't matter to me. That's why I'm here. I don't mind sharing information. It's one of the things that actually I quite enjoy. I find that ZBrush allows me to do this. Sculpt in a way that I never sculpted before. And like I didn't start out as a digital sculptor. I started out as a physical sculptor. And I'll tell you, it's a wonderful tool. It's just an incredible thing. I enjoy it a lot. I mean, like people are like, oh, well, how do you work every day, for 18 hours? Because I'm doing what I love. I don't know. This is pure pleasure for me. I think that if you can find something you enjoy, work isn't work, you know? And it's nice because I'm now getting to a point where I'm developing, my own system where I'm working for myself, and it's a super nice place to be, I think. I do usually partake in the beta testing, the ZBrush beta testing stuff, yeah. It's always amazing to see what they come up with. And it's an incredibly brilliant group of developers. They're awesome. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. I will gladly try to help you understand what's going on. Remember, I'm a manufacturer though, so a lot of the gamey stuff I don't really use or know much about, but all right. Well, that's definitely true. I would say that if you're going to sit here and do this, like if you're really going to want to do ZBrush, you're going to need to be doing 10 to 15 hours a day easily, right? And even if you just break it down and you do 8 hours a day, that's still sitting. I would strongly, strongly suggest buying a good chair. I have this chair. It's a Herman Miller Airwan. I've had this physical chair, for over 20 years. I sit in it 18 to 20 hours a day. This is a co-op workspace. I actually brought my chair here. I have one at home too. I have a couple of these chairs. Buy one or an Embody. Lots of people, it takes a little bit of getting used to, I guess. I don't know. I've been sitting in them so long. I don't even know the difference. But you can get them used, especially if you live in a bigger city. You can get them used for anywhere between $200 and $400. New, it's going to cost you $1,200 to $1,400. But even if you buy a new one, it's worth every penny. I mean, I can't tell you how. The mesh, you don't get hot and sweaty. They're comfortable, they're ergonomically designed, they're incredibly well-designed chairs, and they're very comfortable. But it allows me to sit this long, and I don't have back problems. I don't have, it's impressive. I have very inferior internet. Literally, we had a Word file that I was trying to download the other day. I think it was like a 7-page Microsoft Word file. Said that it was going to take 2.5 hours to download. So it was just easier for me to drive 20 minutes, come here, download it, drive back. And I was still 2 hours faster than it was to download for me to drive to a different city. So yes, internet. I can't stream from home right now, but I have high hopes for Elon Musk. Hopefully this Starlink will hit, and I made the second round. So, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we can get into the beta of Starlink and then use Starlink, because we live in the boonies and we get no internet. So we are the perfect Starlink client. Oh yeah, no. I mean, hold on. I guarantee you can find one. I mean, used ER chair. I mean, every tech company in the world buys 10,000 of them. So when those tech companies crash and burn, you can see that you can find large batches. Here's a perfect like, large batches of Erewhon chairs that, yeah, you can get them pretty affordably. Let's see, how much do they want for? Yeah, $408. That's a great deal, especially for the silver ones, because that's a buy up. I used to have red ones. I've had so many of these friggin' chairs. I buy a lot of Erewhon chairs. If you can get a good deal on one with the chrome, that chrome package is about another $800. So if you can find a used one with the chrome package, you made a good investment. The stool ones are pretty cool, right? They're a little higher. So like if you're working with like higher chairs or whatever, or higher workspaces, they're awesome. You probably want a B. A size B is probably the one you want. C's are pretty large and A's are kind of tiny, but most of them are size B's anyway. Yeah, so as you can see, you can find used Erewhon chairs all over the place. Ooh, look, there's a red one. So I think you could probably find one. I think I bought my silver Erewhon chair for $180. I had to go pick it up. But yeah, new ones are pricey. But I mean, if you can afford one, they're the greatest things in the world. Starlink is Elon Musk's low orbit internet, and they're going to start beta testing next month, I think. And they're really trying to hit the rural areas, but supposedly it's true broadband, and you can get it anywhere in the world because it's satellite, and it's a low orbit satellite grid. It's supposed to be low enough latency where you can play video games. I don't play video games, but streaming that latency obviously is a big deal. Yeah, so keep your fingers crossed, because if I can get on that, then I can stream from home, and then I'd stream a lot more actually. I would stream much more. Yeah. Well, both. I mean, I think that the more you work, obviously, the better you're going to develop a workflow that works for your style. And I think the more you work, the more you see the things you like that you make, and in turn, you're developing your voice, right? Because the only way to develop a voice, you need to know enough about the program where you stop worrying about how the program works and you start worrying about how things look. And so, yeah, I think it takes a long time to really develop a voice and develop a point where when you're working, like when I'm working, I'm not really thinking about how do I get ZBrush to do what I want it to do. I am working on, do I like this surface? Do I like this? And so that allows me to concentrate more on what I'm making, not how I'm making it. And so once you hit the point where you're comfortable enough to generate basic form shapes and get what you want out of ZBrush, then you're starting to work on the details of what you're doing, not how you're doing it. Now, every year they come out with the beta, and you have to relearn how you're going to do something with their new techniques. I seriously, I can pretty much assure you, and I mean, I'm not a spokesperson or anything, but I can pretty much assure you there's not going to be a physical ZBrush summit. Um, but, um, and once again, I'm not speaking from any knowledge or anything like that, but I can't imagine them not having some sort of virtual summit. Um, I'd be surprised if they didn't do something. But yeah, I don't think there's any way in the world it's going to be a physical summit. I mean, you got to think that California is talking about closing down again, you know, so I don't think there's any way that they're going to have anything physical. But don't hold me to anything. I'm just a lunatic up here in Seattle sculpting, so don't take my word for anything. Well, hopefully one of those prizes is going to be free memberships to my new educational platform. That's what I'm planning on. That's why that end of September is my internal deadline to get my education thing sorted out, or at least get it to where it's launchable. It may not be completely done, but it'll be done enough for people to start learning, I think. But you can see by having those higher resolutions, I don't have to use them, right? I want to fill in, like right now I'm just trying to fill in space, and I don't care about what the graphic nature of these strokes are. I just want some filler here. So I just lower it down, and that way the brush has a little bit more effect, and when I smooth it out, the smooth definitely has more effect. So it allows me to kind of creep up on these shapes. As you'll notice, I have no idea what this is going to look like. You know, this isn't, I have no expectations on this one. I'm just futzing around, seeing what happens. Now what's really funny is the higher your resolution, the lower your Z intensity can be, so you can kind of creep up on these forms. You can see I'm using clay tubes at like 3 to 5, and I'm getting plenty of surface detail here, but I'm sculpting at 16 million polys. And a lot of people are like, oh, well, you know, a lot of people, when you get up to this resolution and you're still developing your form, you can start to nerd out and knurly on forms and kind of get ahead of yourself and start trying to do finished detail. That is a danger of working in high resolution early. But that also allows you to, because like why it works very well with my workflow is that I'm very often in here just futzing around, right? And I don't know what this is going to look like. So while I am doing this, I'm also looking for clues and keys to what the actual fine detail is going to be. So I might spend a minute or two and try to figure out what a form is, where I couldn't do that. You know, a lot of people, they work at this lower res until they get some resolution. You know, I mean, I know people who don't sculpt in anything ever higher than 1 million polys. That's high resolution sculpting. Well, look at this. I have absolutely no surface detail here. So if I'm sitting here trying to futz with it here, and then I divide again, and futz with it a little more, and then I divide again, and this is where my resolution level is going to be. Because unlike gaming and stuff, I have to have this resolution in my model if I want it in my part. There's no, there's no UVs and stuff where you're able to take a high resolution sculpture and put it onto a low resolution model. That doesn't work in manufacturing. I have to have that resolution there. So I'm often starting way up here at high res. I'll go down and work on some things in low res, and then I'll come back up to high res. And it really is just balancing what I know and what I want those surfaces to be doing and how they interact with each other, where I'm not going to be able to do that at 700,000 polys. All I'm going to have is, mush, and that's worthless to me. But having that subdivision level where I can go down to that level and move things around, and also smooth, you have the capacity, you get all the benefits of that low poly modeling, but I then can make a lot of very important artistic decisions at this level, and I can do it from the very beginning. So it's just how I work. All right, hold on. Yeah, it's a big deal, the sculpting versus, hey, Oil, how's it going? You creeping or me creeping? Sarah, go to sleep. Have a good one. Sculpting versus drawing. It's a very important thing to learn. It is. Because it makes a very huge difference in jewelry. Because losing that edge continuity it flattens everything. It makes it boring. All right. See you next Monday, Sarah. How do you feel about using, or do you ever use Sculptris? I use Sculptris Pro at the end. No, I agree. But I very rarely have an undivided model. So I'm using Sculptris Pro for a very intentional usage, or I'm using it at the very end after I've decimated. So here, let's take this guy. I'm going to take this rake, and we're going to just rake. Oh, I don't even have the resolution to do it. What do we? Divide. All right. Let's divide one more time. Okay. So we have these tiny little rakey details, right? And then I'm going to have, I'm like, where are my brushes? And then I'm going to have some very little tiny strokey details. And then we're going to put some really tiny little bumpy details in here, right? And these are not even sharp, which is kind of funny, so I'll show you. So right, I'm trying to get this sharp detail, but I barely have enough geometry to do it here. But instead of dividing my geometry up again and working higher, because if this is the only thing I need that this resolution, right? I'm not going to divide my entire model back up just for this little area, right? So what I will do, hold on, let's, wrong direction. I'll come in here and just kind of crisp this edge up, because I want this to kind of be, but you can see my details still aren't super sharp here, but it's close enough that I know that this is what I want. Okay. And I have all my subdivision levels, and I've done everything where, stop it, where I'm like, okay, that's great. So now, instead of dividing this up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to decimate this down to like 150,000. Now, normally I will duplicate this. Hold on, let's stop this. Duplicate. So I'm keeping the original model. I'm now going to let's even make it more dramatic and take it to 75,000. So we're going from about 4.3 million polys to 75,000 polygons with the decimation, okay? We're going to let this work for a second. Both. Basically, ZBrush likes the fastest single CPU. Like if you get a huge multi-threading machine like mine at home, it likes that a lot because I have 2 fast CPUs, right? But it wants the fastest CPU. So if it's a something megahertz, but it's you know, like 4.5 megahertz, right? You know, they're usually 18 cores at 2.8, right? So it's going to respond better to a 18 core 4.5 than a 20 core 2.8, right? So it wants a faster processor. It takes it full advantage of that speed, I guess. And then as much RAM as you can jam into it. But yeah, basically just buy as much computer as you can afford is what I would suggest, especially if you want to do high-res models. Now, this is another way of being able to do high-res models if you don't have that capacity. So we've lowered this down to 75K, right? Now look at it. You know, honestly, not bad. From 4.5 million to 75,000. Actually, that kept a lot of the detail, honestly. So needless to say, decimation algorithms are awesome. So the other thing we can do, we're going to come up here to our original model, okay? And as you can see, honestly, I'm going to take this to 20K. I want this to break up even a little more. There we go. So you can see it's just not being able to support that detail, right? So what are we going to do? We're going to come back up here. We're going to hold down Control and tap this little orange guy. That makes this the history state. And so we're going to come back to this model. I'm going to turn on Sculptress Pro. Well, hold on. We're going to go to History Brush. I'm going to turn on Sculptress Pro. And now what that does, no, you can't have symmetry on, sorry. I thought I turned it off. And what that does is it is going to use Sculptress Pro to bring in the I'm going to make this a little bigger first. So we're going to do one pass first. And you can see that it's the Sculptress Pro is bringing in the geometry that it needs to start to retain that old geometry. Now, I will always do a large pass first because if you notice, see this weird, these triangles where it's trying to stretch from the geometry up. If you just go straight to the tiniest geometry, you're going to get a lot more of this weird kind of pinchy, stretchy geometry. Don't you like my very official terms for these things? So this way, I've come in, and we were at 25K, right? Well, now I can come in here and just apply the geometry where I need it. Right, so here you can see that we've sort of, oh, we have a, let's close holes there. And you can see that that wasn't enough geometry to really bring that detail back. So now I just lowered the size of my brush and I'm going to go over it again. All right. And now we'll just go a smaller brush and we'll come in here. And so we're just applying the geometry where we need it to retain the geometry from what we have sculpted before. And so we had a, what was it, 4.3 million poly model. And right now we're at 300,000. But you can see how the geometry adds up really quickly because we started this at 20,000, right? And so by me coming in and adding the geometry we need to retain, so that's the original. I just wanted to see how close we were. Come on. We could probably go down a little bit more, right? And now, once again, we'll just come in and you can see that we just keep adding mesh density where we need it to retain that geometry. Now, because we knew, remember I said that I knew that this area didn't have the geometry at the higher level, right? So we're pulling as much detail as we can out of this. And the key to this is only find the places you need that geometry to show, right? You're not trying to remesh the whole model. Now we come back in here and you're like, okay, well, I didn't quite have the geometry, because if we look at this and look at this, right, those are pretty close. I didn't have the geometry at this point to retain this detail. Now with Sculptress Pro on, I can come back in. I have to turn back face masking off. So now I can come back in and apply the mesh detail. No, that is the wrong brush. I'm like, why is that not doing what I wanted to do? Because it's not the right brush. Turn off back face masking. We can come in here and we can actually add, whoa, everybody calm down. Lazy mouse off. The intensity is 100. This brush is rather large for that. All right. So now I can come back in here and I can apply this sort of detail. But with Sculptress Pro, you got to be very careful not to go over it too much because it'll dive on you. But you can see I can come back in and really apply that tiny detail only where we need it, right? And apply the tiny detail up here. And to be able to apply this level of detail, if you were trying to do the whole thing, you know, this is a multi-hundred million poly model. But you can come back in here and just apply the sharpness where you want, right? And you can create incredibly detailed models without having to do it to the whole thing. Because you can see just by doing this, look, we've doubled that, right? We were at 300,000 just a minute ago. Just to put this amount of detail in, we've jumped to 700,000. Now, the other cool thing about this is if you know that you want your end model to be, let's say, 1 million polys. Hold on, let's get this guy out again. Let's just make it a little bit bigger. Right, and we're going to, I just want that creep up a little. Sub, let's make that a little softer. Now, as you can see, if I try to do this out here, see how that just crimps? It does weird stuff. It's because it doesn't have enough geometry to support that tiny geometry. So that's why you want to smooth in or bring in a mesh that'll pseudo support the smaller geometry. So it has to come in a few steps if you want it to look right. So we're already 830,000. I was trying to get this up to 1 million quickly, but It's taking me a little more time than I want it, because you have to take this small, because Sculptress Pro does not move fast at this resolution. So, but you can see that you have a lot of control over what you're doing now. All right, I'm just going to do it from here. Let's just say that we did this to the other side. Obviously, this would be over 1 million polys, right? But what's really cool about this is, even though we're at this low state, we want to retain this amount of level. We're at 1 million polys anyway, but if you ZRemesh to 1 million polys, it's actually quite amazing how much geometry it'll retain in the second remesh, right? Or second decimation. So we've decimated it to 20,000. We resculpted up to, let's just, obviously if this were on both sides, it'd be well over 1 million polys, but you know that you want that target count to be 1 million polys. All right, so there we go. So now we've completely remeshed this. And you can see we lost a little bit of the it got a little softer, but you can see that it's still retained a ton of that geometry, because it's close enough to 1 million polys at this point that just knocking off that extra 100,000 polys doesn't change the level of detail that much. And I mean, if this is something small, no human's ever going to see that. That is going to read as detailed as, even this stuff that I didn't touch is going to read pretty well, right? So that's how you sculpt at incredibly high resolution and still retain. Now, this doesn't work like if you're trying to retain skin on every surface, right? What we're doing is if you look back here, we're losing all of the geometry back here. So this really is just about how to retain those points. Like if you're doing a figure, you decimate it. And almost always you're going to make these edges soft. You're going to lose a little bit of this. The eye becomes not so sharp anymore. Well, now you just go back in with Sculptress Pro and History Brush, and you just tap it back to what your original sculpture was. And, that's a super easy way to do it. And then if you need to add more detail, like if you hit a point where you had a high poly mesh and you just weren't getting the resolution or that edge fidelity you wanted, come back and do it at this point. So that's where I'll use Sculptress Pro. I mean, every once in a while, if I'm doing a loose block up that's going to have a lot of bridges and stuff, yeah, I use it there sometimes. But I very rarely work in meshes. So, this is, that's the process, I guess, what I was trying to go with. I don't know if that answered any questions. All right. Yes, ZBrush does support multi-threading. Well, ZBrush supports the multi-threading of the multi-cores, right? I mean, I have a dual, I think it's a dual 18. So that's 32 multi-threads, right? And it views it at 32 threads. So ZBrush supports multi-threading. No. It has to have that grid. The VDM has to have that grid, because that's how it knows how to lay it down. It's in reference to itself. If you dynamesh it, it doesn't have that grid, so you lose that. So, I mean, you can divide the VDM, but it has to retain that same grid base. And you can't change the scale of that either. You have to work in that base mesh. Otherwise, if you change the scale, all you'll see is this and you'll be like, what is that? It's because it changed the scale, so it's stretching from that original base form. So you get incredibly distorted models. So if you're getting something completely weird in VDM, it's probably because you change the scale of that mesh. You can divide it, you just can't change the size. it just likes the faster CPUs. Now, I'm saying the difference between like, 8 cores and 9 cores, or 8 cores and 10 cores. My 32 cores is much faster. I have a 6-year-old machine, and my machine's still faster than most machines out there. Being 6, I think it's probably even 7 years old now, it's still the 800-pound gorilla in the room, because it has, I had more. I lost some, so I'm at 90-something gigs of RAM, and I have, 32 cores, and my machine's fast as hell when it comes to doing the processing. Like, doing, where I really, really, really save time is these remeshes, and when you're doing anything that's a time-consuming process, my machine does it much faster. That's where you're really saving the time, is in the processes, the Z remeshing and the dynameshing. And, just when we decimate it, my machine does it twice as fast, if not faster. Still. You can. Those serve as good texture tools, but they're not alphas, if that's what you're asking. An alpha has more depth information than any photograph. Is this MS Paint? Yes, this is MS Paint. Work. I'm new to ZBrush. Can you give me some tips to start with? Work a lot. Just sit there and get used to how the machine works. It's a kind of a process, and getting used to your user interfaces. And then I would say take a class. There are a handful of good classes out there. It depends on what you want to do, right? I know at Vertex they offer some really good coursework. If you're doing stylized characters, you can't beat oh my God, really? Come on, Tomas. 3D Character Workshop, really? Oh my God. Mikey's, help me here. Shane, thanks, Shane Olson. Yeah, Jesus. Sorry, my brain, guys. I drowned when I was 18. My brain don't work so good anymore. Don't expect miracles from my memory. All right. But I would say that. I'd say just sit there and get used to it. Go through all the stuff at ZBrush Classrooms. It's on Pixologic. Go through that stuff. That'll help you with a lot of your basic skills. And then decide what you want to use with ZBrush. Because you do kind of have to decide what path you're going down. Because learning how to do stuff for games, and because like what I do is completely different than how the users who do it for games and video use it. Manufacturing versus the video stuff, there's some differences, but yeah, work. It's a lot of work. Just put hours in until you're comfortable with the program is really a big help. Did I answer a question for you, Jeff? Sorry. Where are you? What did I answer for you? Sorry. I don't even know what I was answering. As much as it want, if you have a terabyte of RAM, it's going to take advantage of it. It likes RAM. Well, I don't know. Said, I have no clue. All I know is using high poly sculpting on high poly models. I don't know any gimmicks or tricks. I just keep dividing and sculpt. Like this 16 million poly model. So if you're talking about alphas and stuff, I don't know anything about UVs and alphas and that kind of stuff as far as for gaming or video. It's not what I do. Yeah, there's Shane stuff. Right on. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about when you asked about, what to do as a beginner. That question from Saeed makes a good example, because like that, the whole using mapping and stuff, that's very much for gaming and film. For manufacturing, it's useless because you have to have the geometry there. There's no way to have a high poly image on a low poly model. When you're creating something for manufacturing, if you're going to printing, you have to figure out how to get that actual geometry on your model, and there's no shortcut around it. Well, I mean, there's decimation, which is a huge shortcut, honestly, but it's you still had to have that original geometry there. There's no workaround. Yes, now I do that all the time. So normally I just do the sculpt that I want to do, and then I reproject the VDM plane to the sculpt. So yes, that is perfectly viable. But no, you can't. Right, the VDM has to have that grid, or it doesn't understand its dimensional information. It's so funny. My computer at home keeps signing on. And I love that I took my computer in to have it worked on, and they renamed my computer, and they misspelled sculpture. They made it sculpture, and I'm like, that's not how I name my couldn't you at least ask me what I want the name of my computer to be, as opposed to misspelled sculpture? Just people. Yes, they do. High poly models take a long time to render. That is a truism. Okay, that was a miscount. Miscount. Why, thank you. It's getting there. Still not quite sure what I'm doing with this, but I'll figure it out. I don't know, honestly. As far as like cheaper coursework, sadly, most of us who are teaching, our courses are a little bit pricier, only because it takes a lot of time and energy to teach a course. If it's a good course, I mean, I think that Vertex is actually very affordable for coursework. I know he used to have a student thing where you could pay it at different intervals. Vertex did at one point, so that might be an answer. The thing is like, my classes, I tend to charge quite a bit because a lot of people, you're getting 3 hours a week in a class, and that's not how my classes are structured. I give you a lot of time and energy in a class. That's crap. I don't know what I'm doing here. Let's go back. Crappus. And a lot of the free videos suck. There are a lot of people out there making videos that don't know what the hell they're talking about, especially when it comes to manufacturing stuff. And you're getting really bad information. Like I've had students take other people's classes, and I've had to like completely, struggle to reteach them because they learned some very bad work habits. And for manufacturing, and I'm sure it's the same for video and gaming, or creating gaming or video assets. I'm sure there's very similar issues about, how you're creating the meshes, how you're dealing with stuff. And I tend to find that sometimes it's just worth taking that out of the class. I think that if you can find an option where you can make payments, right, where you do it not just in one shot, that could help. But sadly, the people that I would recommend taking classes from, a $600 class is actually a very affordable class. A $700 class is a really affordable class. Because I think my workshop's going to be $1,000, but it's a lifetime membership, right? And so, but I'm trying to figure out at the moment how to make it where, like a student or someone like that, you don't have to pay up front, where you can make payments and stuff. Because I also don't want, to completely outprice people from joining. But, at the same time, I'm going to give you a lifetime membership, so you're going to get upgrades forever. And, how do we make money where our complete income is completely dependent on new clients, not repeat money. And ZBrush does that. They, $800 for the program is ridiculous. And they don't charge you for upgrades. It's just like, I can't even wrap my head around that. They're amazing. No, I don't. There are some very good anatomy teachers out there. Actually, I know that Vertex right now has a life sculpture guy who's actually, gosh, I can't believe I can't even, here we go again. I can't remember anyone's names. But if you watch next week's master series on Tuesday, my friend Steve Lord, if you can get into one of Steve Lord's classes, Steve Lord's a very good anatomy teacher. He's a great sculptor. I went to college with him. He's a good friend, and he's fantastic. And I don't know if he's teaching. It's been a while since I've talked to him, so I'm not sure if he has classes or where he has classes, if he has them. But if you can get into one of Steve's classes, they're great. The gentleman at Vertex, his life drawing class is awesome. There's some very good anatomy teachers out there. If this was 20 years ago, I could probably teach anatomy. I do so little anatomy now. Everything's all this kind of stuff. I've lost my anatomy acumen. You have to keep it up, or you don't, it's something that's it's a full-time job. Well, see, that's what I'm saying. If you're not getting feedback in your class, there's a problem. Now, if you want to, so the last Monday of every month, I do critiques, okay? And if you want to bring your models in and have me critique them, I'd be happy to do that. And trust me, I know enough anatomy that I mean, I used to make money doing portrait work. So, I mean, I'm very competent in my understanding of anatomy. My sculpting of anatomy, on the other hand, is a little shaky. But just because I haven't done it, in a long time. It's been 15 years since I've really done a bunch of, well, it's longer than that, actually. It's at least 17 years since I've really been doing, 17, 18 years since I really did much anatomy. So, but feel free to put your critique up and we'll give you an idea of how you're doing. I mean, I think the critiques are an incredibly important part of education. If you're doing classes that aren't giving you extended critique sessions, then I think that you're not learning. I mean, it's very difficult to learn without critique classes as far as I'm concerned. I think we learn very well through critique. So feel free to bring your models to this stream last Monday of every month. I think that might be next. Is that next week? Next week is critiques. Is that right, Mikey? Yeah, I can see where if you're not getting critiques, you're having a hard time. But like I said, bring them here and I'll gladly look at them for you. Oh, well, there's nothing cheap about Gnomon. And once again, there's no, well, I mean, unless you're signing up for Gnomon's coursework, then there's live interaction, but their coursework is like tens of thousands of dollars. It's not, it's not just a class. Yeah, if he was looking for a bargain, that's why I didn't bring up Gnomon. There's nothing affordable about Gnomon. I mean, but you're getting an education that's actually recognized by the industry at that point. Where do I get my critiques from? My peers, my friends. I have people who look at my work and judge it very harshly. Yeah, that's the thing about the classes is that in a lot of ways you're not paying for the classwork. You're paying that you do get that time. And if you're not getting that kind of time, then I would challenge the class, because I think that is way too important. Sometimes there are some gnomes that teach for Gnomon. I know a few. Gnomon's a very good education. It's just not cheap. Now, if you're just taking the Gnomon, like if you're just buying the access to the Gnomon videos, I think that's what, 60 something a month? And yes, that's an incredibly good series of CDs and stuff, or of DVDs, but once again, you're not getting personal interaction. But they have actually quite a few, if I'm not mistaken, there are quite a few good anatomy things there. See you next week. Have a good week. Yeah, Ryan is a very good anatomy teacher. He has a very strong understanding of anatomy. I didn't realize he was still teaching a class. And actually, he has a very good way of explaining it. The guy who does anatomy for sculptors, I can never remember his name. He has a really good system of breaking out anatomy. I like his, I think we went over some of his stuff before in one of the streams. He does it, you can tell that he learned quite a bit from the Bridgman stuff, but he does really nice work. Sculpting for anatomy, or anatomy for sculptors. Yeah, I thought it was like 40, 60, something like that a month. If you're just looking for videos, that's an incredibly good resource. They have stuff on everything. Yeah, the live classes are pricey. See, I'm not charging $4,500 for a live class. Now, don't get me wrong. If I could, I would. I just made myself sound righteous there, where I'm not righteous about that. I would definitely do it. I don't think people understand how much time and energy it takes to teach a class. I mean, I guess if everything's pre-recorded and you just talk through it, that's one thing, but that's not how I teach. I have to definitely reevaluate how I teach live, because I give a lot of time and energy to the students, and if I'm not charging a lot of money, it's taxing. And it may seem like you're making a lot of money, but I'll tell you what, you're not. It's rough. So how are you going about making it? I know that like I just use multi-plane, multi-view, and just compare my stuff to the multi-views and then just kind of creep up on it. Are you using your projection planes and basing it on that? You mean the teaching? Yeah. Shane's killing it. But Shane, I mean, Shane's also, his class is really good. I think you learn quite a bit of. And the other nice thing that he's done is he's created a really good community. And that's one of the things I really want to do with my thing, is to have a powerful community. So Akash, how are you going about getting your information into your, like, how are you going about using your referencing? So you're still having problems having it look like them? Yeah, sadly, a lot of that is just learning how to see the detail, Are you using the multi-views to project your shapes and stuff on them? When do you have to have the face done? Can you wait until next Monday? Akash, when is your project due? Is my lag really long? Did you all hear? I mean, is Akash not hearing what I'm saying? So when is your project due? That's so frustrating. It really gets annoying when the lag gets that long. Well, here, Akash, I'll try to make this question as full a question in one shot as I can. If your project is due before next Monday, we can look at your model right now if you have it. I'm willing to look at it. If you can't wait until next Monday, if you upload your model, we can look at it and see what the issues are. If you do upload your model, upload your reference material as well. I'll load it in and we can look at it if you like. I would be fine with doing that. Jesus, 1 minute lag. That's frustrating. It's crazy. Why is the lag so bad? I just don't understand that. Makes me angry. Frustrates me. So I will sit here and wait until you get that. I don't know if there's a language barrier or something, but Mikey's, if you can, I think that, I don't know, I think that I made that clear, but if he wants to upload the model, please do, and we can look at it today instead of waiting until next Monday, since they might have a deadline. But yeah. Wow, it's really a minute lag. That's just so frustrating. How am I supposed to work with that without going nuts? I'm not a patient person. I don't think it's my speed. Well, let's look at upload speed, but I think with 164 megabit upload, I don't think the lag's me. Well, I think that growing up before the internet, well, I lie. I'm actually a very patient person with certain things. But it's very hard to stream when you're saying something and then you have to wait like a minute for there to be a response, because you're like, well, did you hear me? Did you know me? And then you also have to talk for a minute waiting for them to catch up. It's streaming. It's insanely annoying having a lag that's, I mean, even like a 20-second lag is a pain in the butt. It makes me a little edgy. And see, like, you know, it's been a few minutes. I don't know if Akash heard me, you know, or if they left. You know, there's not an immediate response. So, you know, it's been minutes. I have no idea what's going on. So it's hard to keep a stream going smoothly with that kind of lag. And that's what I mean by not being a patient person. That that makes me nuts because I don't know if we've lost the person, if, well, whatever, you get it. Well, you'll get it in a minute. I know, it's so funny. I had in conversation with a couple young men, and it was just like, well, you're all so young, and he got aggro at me. He was like, oh, it's not that we're young. Da, da, da. I was like, no. It's that you don't understand. You've never lived life without social media. I mean, just, I can't imagine living in a world that I grew up where Facebook was my source of information. Right. I mean, that, seeing what social media has done to how people think and perceive information, I can't imagine living in a world where that was the initial source. It freaks me out a little. So, it's quite interesting, because they got a little upset with me because I was saying that they were young, and I'm like, well, it's not that you're young, like, oh, you're 20, you don't have the capacity to blah, blah, blah. It's, oh, you've never lived in a world that didn't have the internet. Not just you didn't live in a world without the internet, you've never lived in a world without social media. And, it's like, I thought it was, so I went to Cal Arts, and I graduated from the film school, but I remember at Cal Arts there being huge conversations in the film school about how the world changed with MTV. At least film changed with MTV because, there used to be films with intermissions, and there used to be 4 or 5 hour films, and that just doesn't happen anymore. And, MTV really was one of the big pushing elements of that. So was modern megaplexes, because they don't want films to be too long, because then they can't get extra viewings a day. And so that's a business thing. But just the psychology of film changed dramatically with the 20-second jump cut, or and then it became the 2-second jump cut. And, there is no visual patience in people who've grown up today. Like, watching older films with people who have only grown up with contemporary TV and films, watch Lawrence of Arabia. You will see these, for the most part, you'll see the people pulling their hair out. I mean, there's a scene with him whistling in the desert that's like 10 minutes, and it's just like him sitting there whistling to the desert, and you're just like, okay. But that's the point, that isolationism, and that where we've lost a lot of that kind of storytelling. And I would argue that now, with social media being our source of information, we've completely lost touch with what truth is and what news is. And, people used to lose their jobs for, I remember there was a woman who won a Pulitzer Prize for her photograph, and it was, I don't remember where it was. It was sort of a war area, like Libya or something like that. And it was a real person and a real thing, but she missed the shot initially, and she asked the person to run back across the street for the shot. And they considered that posing a shot, and she lost the Pulitzer Prize when, now she was asked, and she said, yes, I asked her to run back across, and there was a debate about it. And they were like, well, that wasn't photojournalism, that was a setup photography, a setup shot. And she lost her Pulitzer Prize over that. Well, now good luck finding anything that's real. It's like, people are going to lose their jobs for things like that now. Just, it's funny. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, it's just funny. And it's not that it's, well, I would say that it's negative because people no longer have a real intimate relationship with truth. Because if I hear one more time, well, there's no truth, it's just, you have your truth and I have mine. Well, no, there are real truths. If a car hits you, and as the driver, I'm like, well, no, I didn't hit you. We both have different truths. That's, okay, fair enough. You may have different perspectives, but the truth is that you hit me, And so there is something called the truth that's a real thing. We just don't value it anymore. And I find that tragic. I do think the loss of cinema is a big deal too. I find it very sad. Very sad indeed. Right. No, I mean, the car driver could say whatever he wants, but the fact is that, if the driver, now, of course, if the person jumped out in front of the car, well, now that's the truth. But the point is that one thing happened or the other. And there is truth there. But sadly, that means nothing anymore. Yeah, that bothers me some. Because once we've taught a society that there's no culpability, then you have a society that isn't culpable. And so in turn, they'll do whatever the hell they want to do. And yeah, I find that troublesome in some ways. No one wants to hear an old man rant around about truth. Back when I was young, trufuses had trufuses in them. When I was young, I had to walk to the internet cafe in the snow both ways. Actually, I think that I come from a really interesting generation because we're post baby boomer, and at the point when we grew up, we had lost faith in the government. We were post Nixon, so there was some real investigation of what was going on with our society and our country, and then the conservative revolution happened, and all of a sudden you had the social conservative issues sort of take over the Republican platform, where it was no longer fiscal conservatives. Reaganism and the whole, the Cold War, and it was an interesting time. And then all of a sudden technology hit. Technology hit when we were in college. And it's been fascinating. I have to say it. It's been absolutely fascinating to see what technology has done to us. I mean, I'm digitally sculpting, I 3D print. I very, very, very rarely actually physically sculpt anymore. But you know what technology promised and what it delivered was very different things in a lot of ways. Yeah, I don't know how. Not sure what's happening there. Don't know if I like it. Hey, it's Upstream. How you doing? Well, you and I are who to decide what truth is, but it's supposed to be based on actual knowledge. And that's where, you know, when, like I said, when I was young, if a news reporter got busted, even just not lying, but even just misrepresenting something, they lost their job. There used to be, now, you know, were there, you know, like the war in Cambodia and stuff like that, where the press giving, you know, erroneous information? Yeah. But the second that they figured it out, they definitely, you know, investigative journalism was real. You know, people really were out there trying to find the truth, and they were reporting on what they thought the truth was until not, you know. I mean, if you look at the great age of, you know, investigative journalism and Deep Throat and finding out about Watergate and finding out about, you know, the war in Cambodia and being lied to about Vietnam. And yeah, you know, they were doing the reporting that the government was giving them, but you had people out there who were actually trying to find the truth. And here and now, we have no value of the truth because, you know, news has become entertainment. The second that the 24-hour news cycle started was the downfall of news, because sadly, the monkey wants to be entertained. It doesn't want to be informed. And so that's when you came out with incredibly partisan, you know, just yibble yabber idiots talking BS to entertain and to support whatever base they were pumping up, you know. But, you know, because there's no punishment for lying, you know, I mean, like when people say stuff like that, well, who are we to decide the truth? I don't know. When, like, the conspiracy theory about Hillary Clinton selling babies into slavery through a pizza shop in New York, and then some lunatic going in there and shooting up the pizza shop. If there's an idiot on this planet who believes that Hillary Clinton was involved in selling babies through a pizza shop in New York, and the fact that that actually can get social, you know, movement where, you know, we have politicians saying that happened because it's good to talk bad about Hillary or whatever, you know. And don't get me wrong, I'm not defending Hillary. She had her own issues. I'm just saying she wasn't selling babies through a pizza shop in New York. If she was going to sell babies, she'd sell it through someone's house. You know what I mean? You're not going to sell them through... Hello. The printer. I have printer software that slices models. Most of your... See, that's the other problem about buying cheap printers, or really cheap printers, is they don't have good software. But most printing software now, there are plenty of good slicing tools that are going to break up your layers. Yeah, I don't support. I support in my printer, right? So, yeah, no, I don't think of any of that now. I just build my model and then I kind of try to get it to be, You know, I'm just trying to control my geometry, so I'm retaining my detail. I don't think about anything else, really. Yeah, I don't like where this went. You got me there. You're right. And I mean, I don't have a lot of. I've had personal issues with Hillary Clinton that I have my own problems with her. But no matter what I think of her, I can't see her selling babies. Even though the Clintons were buddies with what's his name. God, now I can't even. The guy who had his child porn island. They just caught his girlfriend. I can't think. Whatever. You're right. It was completely outsourced. I think it was. God, here we go. Now I can't even think of Hillary's daughter. I was going to say it was Hillary's daughter's boyfriend who actually did it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Epstein. You know, I guess the Clintons were buddies with Epstein's. Maybe she did sell babies. Give me a break. Just right. We're talking about Chelsea Clinton's boyfriend selling babies through a hamburger joint in New Jersey. That was the thing. It wasn't the pizza joint in New York. It was actually the burger joint in New Jersey. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I'm making a mess. Actually, we're going back some. Was that enough? No, let's go back a little more. This is a pendant that I'm futzing with, but I don't know. I didn't like this. I don't have enough room to really do something interesting with it. Let's see if I can go back a little farther. So no, I was talking to someone saying that nothing's precious. Don't ever worry about getting rid of half of what you've done. Like, I mean, I'm at 900 strokes out of 2,098. And I'm willing to get rid of it because it's garbage. Yeah, kind of a pendant. Hold on here. Pendant. That's the stone. Just a simple pendant, but I don't know. I wasn't super excited. I've been a little underwhelmed with my performance. Let's just put it that way. Underwhelming. A little underwhelming. I want a little bit more metal showing here, but haven't quite figured out. I'm just doodling, so I didn't start with anything in my mind. You know what I mean, as far as a design. But playing with it, I definitely want more metal, and I wasn't very happy with how that was coming along. But that is a more interesting shape. And this means we might have to remesh again. But that's okay. Melty Panda. Lazy Nazumi. Do you have to do anything special to get it to stick to your UI? Well, it's not really stuck to my UI. This just floats. But to get it to work with the thing, you have to hit Control 1. And that... so here, you have to touch this window, Control 1. But it's already locked to this one. You'll see a little red flash, and that's how it locks to the program. But this isn't actually in my UI. It's just this floating thing. I just have a space for it right there. The One Ring is precious. Well, I was given the measurements of the stone, and I just quickly made it. There are people that scan stones. Like if you're really doing something specific, you can get a scan of their stone, and then that way it'll fit perfect. But this is a pretty well-shaped stone, so it's close enough, at least to design around, send it, and then you can actually grind out a little, you know. But if I get a photo of the stone from the top and sides, that gives me a little bit more of an idea of what it is, and that allows me to kind of be a little bit more wind up being a little more accurate, at least. I think that's a slightly more interesting shape. This is 2021.4. It's the latest one, whatever that one was. 1.4. Oh, did you get tested for COVID? Well, that's... Wow, your dad had it? Did he get it bad, or was it just pretty... Was it a casual... Or, you know, like... Some people get it, and it is more like a cold than, you know, obviously sending you to the hospital and such. Is your dad okay? Were they jammed the swab up your nose? Oh, that's not pleasant. Don't the Netherlands have one that, like, you breathe on from 5 feet and it tells you something ridiculous? Oh. Oh, man. I haven't been around anyone who's got it. I live out in the middle of the boonies, and especially when it was really bad up here, because we did a pretty good job of knocking it down for a while there. Everything opened up, so, you know, we're getting a few more cases now, but it's not a big blowout yet. But when everything was closed down, you know, I came here and there's no one here. There might be 5 people who come here. It's a very small place, and no one's had it here yet. And I didn't let people on the farm. It was really funny. Like, Lee's grandkids wanted to come visit. I was like, nope, not happening. No one. Oh, your dad's really bad? I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's like one of the things, I guess, like the blood clots and the whole deal with, is it Houston that they found 85 babies, like under 2? in their preschool system or something. I think it's something high like that where people are like, what? But I guess that's another sort of new thing, is that babies are getting it here. It's just madness. Nobody wants to get me started on what I think about all this nonsense. I mean, as far as how we've dealt with it, it just makes me crazy. Wow. Yeah, the best of, you know, you don't want to say the best of luck, but the best of healthcare, I guess, you know. Yeah. I have never seen just an absolute, completely, and utter breakdown of our system thanks to absolute, complete, and utter asinine leadership. Yeah, it's crazy. But every day there's something that just blows my mind. It's very frustrating. Like, I was raised to be a politician. Literally, I was expected to be a politician. It was a great family disappointment, needless to say. But knowing about politics and, sort of knowing how it works and how systems happen and how people get things done, I've never seen anything as ridiculous as what this country's been doing and going through. It is. It's obscene. It's just so stupid. No, I know. I mean, uh, there was some big heat around here I guess, when Walmart made people wear masks. There was some there were some very unhappy people. I don't get it. I mean, I honestly just don't understand how someone can think that an international pandemic is a scam. It's not like. Never mind. I'm not gonna. It just makes me want to pull my hair out. I am by no means bald. I don't. I just don't understand. I don't understand. And I don't understand how, like, the medical professionals can be dragged into it as weirdly as they have. I guess they're saying that, what's her name? Brixit. She's with the Health Institute or whatever. Like, she's part of, the president's health thing. And I guess they actually got her to say that, like, the outbreak was lessening. And, you're a health professional. How can do you just care about your job enough that you're going to lie to this idiot? I mean, I don't know. I don't get it. Don't understand. It gives me ulcers. Yeah. What the hell is that about? I mean, it's not like, at least you got to give Fauci credit. He's just like, nope. He's like, you're an idiot. That's not it. It just takes one, whatever the reason, whatever she said it for, that gives all of these conspiracy ding-dongs and just doofuses, stuff to to justify their idiotic opinions. It's just like, hey, let's open for Memorial Day. Sounds like a great idea. 3 weeks later, wow, there's this huge uptick in coronavirus. What could it be from? How could this be happening to us? It's like, really? And then what is it? The governor of Georgia, the mayor of Atlanta put out a mask order where you have to wear a mask. And he signed a law, or he did something like create a law or a governorial, dispatch or whatever that said that she's breaking the law and that no one has to listen to it. Oh my God, that's horrible. I'm sorry to hear that. No, the dude who, was it yesterday? Was it at a Walmart or I can't remember what it was. But a guy pulled a gun on a family because they were like, dude, you're supposed to be wearing a mask. And he pulled a gun on him. You're like, what is wrong with you people? I don't understand. Hey, how's it going? Sorry, we're talking about ding dongs and their responses to COVID. Every week, it's absolutely just new and shocking to me how stupid people can be. I just don't get it. I don't get it. It perplexes me. Yeah. Oh no, the whole model's 26 mil. This one I think I'm at 16 mil. Right. This is 16 mil poly. With I think this one's 10 total. All three polygons or all three subtools equal 26 million. But the one I'm working on is 16 million. Oh. Well, no wonder I'm not seeing what I want to see because that's the wrong tool. I think I have 64 in this. If I'm not mistaken, it's 64. I watched 60 Minutes last week, and they had the thing about Richmond, Virginia, and how they're trying to deal with the Confederate statues and stuff like that. That's always an interesting one. it's crazy because, I mean, I'm a firm, absolute, complete, utter, no hesitation in any way, shape, or form. The Confederate statues should be dealt with because they were not built as war memorials. They were built in Jim Crow to keep the black population understanding that they, that they were not citizens, So I think something should be done with them. But I think that's something we should be able to figure out what to do with them that isn't just destruction, because, and sadly the word has become used to represent some weird things, but cancel culture is real, in the sense of the Taliban blowing up those Buddhist statues. That's the apex of what cancel culture is. It's like, we don't agree with you, it doesn't exist, we'll blow it up. And I think that we could do more interesting things with the Confederate statues, like in Richmond, Virginia, where the big statue of Stonewall Jackson is it's this huge sort of phallus plinth. I think it'd be fascinating. So there were about 2 million slaves that were sold through Richmond, Virginia's slave markets. And if you could actually do something where you had 2 million statues of slaves up that road, and I don't know what scale you would have to make them to get, but so people could see 2 million objects, tied to this statue, you can understand why that statue was built, right? It was built because of these 2 million sales, right? And then you're applying context to these things, and I think that they become learning moments then. And I think that would be very powerful. Now, I don't know, it's funny, it's like how many inches are in a mile? Where's my Google machine? Google machine. So there are only 63,000 inches in a mile. And Monument Road. How long is Monument Road? .5 miles. All right, so that means how many inches in 1.5? 95,000. So, okay, so that's by 1 inch. The center of that thing's probably, so that is, let's say it's 20 feet. $240 times 9. 9.5. No. That's not what I was going to do. 0.5. So we have 95040. Times, what was the other one? 240. So that's 22. So that'd be 22 million. So you can make them a couple inches wide. So to get 2 million, you couldn't run one row of 1 inch people, but you could do it probably, if we cut that in half, that's 10. So if you did it 5 feet wide, all the way up the center, if you had a 1 inch statue, that would be around 2 million. If you could actually get 2 million objects in that pathway, people could visualize what 2 million is. And I think it would be an incredibly powerful statement of what that statue represents. It is also context, but I think that once it's out of view, it loses its context, right? Because, I don't think that the Taliban blowing up Buddha statues, in one lifetime, no one will remember that those Buddha statues were there, right? And so there's no context in that. All you have are these exploded mountains, and they mean nothing anymore. Where if you're taking these things and you're creating a visual and artistic context, they become learning tools. They don't just become gone, right? Because I don't think that people, even in this country today, people don't understand that those aren't war memorials. They were put up during Jim Crow, and so, already people don't understand the context. So, if you just remove them, the culture's not learning. I think Simon Wiesenthal and some of the Holocaust museums and things like that are very important, because there are people who say the Holocaust didn't happen, because, well, what is there? There's no proof. Oh, they're photos. You could have photoshopped that. Where creating powerful artistic commentary, I think, is a much more useful and powerful teaching tool, and it will remain in history. Some of these things have been around 100 years. Well, if there's another piece of art that's going to stand there as that teaching tool, I think that becomes something much more culturally important than just erasing these things, Holy Hannah, he's 50? I'm a year older than he is? That's a reality check. Well, I could be your father. I'm your father, Luke. Well, it's something that, it's just, at the end of the day, it's just very easy to destroy things and say they didn't exist. They have no validity. And I'm not saying that the Confederate statue has validity in the sense, in its own context, right? But I think that we'll never learn if all we do is blow stuff up. I think that's a dangerous way to run society. And every time we've had true cancel cultures, look at the Catholic Church coming through and knocking all the penises off of the statues, in the Vatican. It's just like, that's not learning, that's not teaching, that's just being destructive. Now, when the people pulled the statue down and it crunched and collapsed, great, take that statue and turn that into something that will allow, because I'll tell you what, people who take a lot of pride in these Confederate symbols, there are a lot of them, not every single one of them is a psychotic racist. There are people that, those things, they're so out of context now that a lot of people, their dad had it and it represents, their pride in the South, right? But they don't even understand why they're the South and what the Mason-Dixon line is and what determined that. For God's sakes, these people were treasonous. people were hung for this stuff. This wasn't just like a casual thing. 600,000 people died. And, you know, it's like, and I don't know. But I think ignoring that fact isn't going to change anything for the better. No, it's going to be a pendant. It's a, hold on. Right. It's an opal. And I've just been playing around with shapes. I don't really have any strong opinions. I didn't come in with any ideas. Literally, this was just me futzing around while we're talking here. If any of you have any questions that have nothing to do with this, please feel free to ask, and I'd be more than happy to stop what I'm doing and answering any of your questions. But yeah, we're just fuddling around. Yeah, that's the tough part, where you can't go offer your family support and love because, it's pandemic. It's like, well, I'm glad that it's helpful. Yeah, I tend to throw down a lot of lines because it allows me to see what's happening on the surface a little bit better than trying to keep everything smooth all the time. It's like using a real rake tool in clay. You start to lay down the texture so you can see what the surfaces are doing. And it gives me just a little bit better context of my surfaces. See, I'm a creature of context. I want context of my surfaces. I want context of my statues. I'm all about context. Well, no, that's how you learn. No, I mean, you're fine talking about it if you need to. I mean, here to offer you as much support as I can from a distance as a ZBrush guy, I don't know what I could do, but I definitely feel for it. But, sometimes talking helps get it out. So don't stress about that. Sorry, you're under my windows. I can't. Gera. All right. Hey, Gera. How are you doing today, tonight, this morning? Don't know where you're from, so I have no clue what your time frame is. Yeah, that's very tough. Um, does insurance see? I don't even know why I'm asking that question. I was going to say, is there any way that insurance can provide for a prosthetic, and is that something that he could eventually get and learn to deal with? Because I know quite a few people with prosthetics, if that's something that, but with, let's face it, with how insurance is today, I wouldn't make wagers on it. Hey, Richard, how you doing? There you go. Context, baby. I don't. One of my this person I had working for me used DAZ, and I downloaded it so I could open her files, because she did a bunch of stuff in DAZ and she wanted me to look at it. So I have DAZ, but I haven't really opened it and played with it. She was saying that I should look at it to do, I guess you can import your sculptures into it. And I thought that it might be fascinating to take some of my character sculpts and use it to pose. I thought that could be kind of cool, but I haven't really had the time to play with it. Do you use DAZ much? I mean, it seems like a pretty good, it's the base thing's free, seems like a pretty interesting option. And once again, for those people who can't really sculpt, it gives you quick access to, figures. And I guess it's posing model systems a little bit easier than Poser. So, I've heard nothing but good things about DAZ, and now you can go Z DAZ. It can save your undo histories. Yes, you can save all of your undo histories. For as big as my models are, saving my undo histories, I saved one model because I was doing a presentation on the model. So I saved my undo histories, and I wound up with a 26 gigabyte model. So know that if you're going to save your undo history and have fairly large models, you can produce some very, very big files. Yeah, 26 gigs was my biggest ZBrush file, and that was because I saved the undo history. Yeah. Yeah, I would say there's not. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think that it seems like it could be a very powerful tool. Um, and like I said, in today's world, there's no reason that just because you haven't spent, 20 years of your life becoming a great anatomy sculptor that you shouldn't use the program, right? I mean, hell, if you can use it and it's something that's a viable tool, that's awesome. You know, it's just where you get it, where people get into trouble with things like DAZ and some of the other stuff is that, you know, they'll use DAZ and then they'll, you know, go to a gaming company or whatever and say that they've done the sculpture. And then, you know, what a lot of people, I don't think they understand is that, well, if you can't do the work, when you get hired to do the work, you're not going to keep your job very long, you know? So use DAZ, don't claim you did the sculpture, you know. But I think it's a totally legitimate tool to use. There's nothing, I mean, that's why ZBrush has a Go Z, you know, where you can just push the button and it goes into, or your DAZ models come into ZBrush, you know. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. You know, it's not cheating or anything like that. I mean, it's not cheating unless you are claiming that you can do that kind of anatomical sculpture and you can't. Well, that's misrepresentation, but that's just misuse of a tool. There's nothing, you know. How do you load up the history? So when you save, if you go into, where is it? File, right? Right here, undo history, include undo history with saved project. You just hit that button. And then also preferences, undo history. Enable saving. So you hit enable saving, and then when you go to file, you hit undo history, and that'll save your undo history in the file. But like I said, you know, you can wind up some pretty big files. Oh, sure. I guarantee you there are people out there who use DAZ and claim it as their own work. I have no doubt about that. In any way, shape, or form do I have a doubt about that. Savages. It's true. Heathens. When I was leading jobs in Hollywood, you know, people would bring their portfolios in and stuff, and it's so funny how many people lied about the work they did, because, you know, in all reality, there weren't that many sculptors in Hollywood. I mean, you know, there just aren't a lot of us, and you know, we pretty much know everyone who is working, you know. And it was funny. I'll never forget. There was this effects house that hired a lot of young sculptors, like new sculptors, because they didn't want to pay our rates. So they hired a lot of people that, you know, they sort of trained to get to do what they wanted to do and blah, blah, blah. And there was this Daffy Duck they put on Fifth Avenue, and a friend of mine, there were 4 of us who were working on it, and I was running a job, and this was a good year and a half later, 2 years later, something like that. And all these kids, this place closed, so all these kids came to interview, and all of them had pictures of that product. And what's so funny is that the company that they worked at, they literally just packaged the thing, right? And then they helped do the install. And so all these kids came in with pictures of this statue, and they were like, oh yeah, we did this, blah 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 blah. And there was one girl who told the truth, who was like, yeah, we were part of the package department, and I did this and I did this. But everyone was like the lead on the job, and everyone, they all sculpted it and blah blah blah. And this one kid had this picture of it, and it was out of New Yorker inside, like the magazine inside one of the newspapers or something like that. And there's the picture of my friend and I standing there, and it's in the background in front of the Warner Brothers store. And this thing's, I don't know, it was like 25, 30 feet tall, however big it was. I don't remember. It was big. It might have been 40 feet. It was a big damn Daffy Duck. And the person who, they put that picture in their portfolio, but they didn't even bother cutting it. They just kind of folded us out of the picture. And so we're looking at it, and my friend, I call him over, and I'm like, come here, look. And I was like, so, he claims this is what they did, da 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 da. And I talked him through everything he said, and then I go, do you mind if I take this out? And he's like, no. And I pull it out, and I unfold it, and he and I are standing there, and we're both standing here. We're like, you should probably at least cut the people who sculpted it out of the picture before you bring it to someone and claim you did it. It's just like, what are you doing? Why would you ever do that? I don't. Oh my God, we laughed for days. Needless to say, he didn't get hired. Ding dongs. People are silly. I mean, that's what it comes down to, is just people are silly. And people just want to get ahead. You can't blame them. There are a lot of people, well, no, you can, and I do, but I mean, I can intellectually understand what they're trying to do, because having come through the industry, you had to have a portfolio, and for the most part, you're sculpting shoelaces on things. I mean, you're not sculpting anything cool. And so there's this desperation because in your brain, you're like, well, I could do that, so I might as well just say I did, and then I'll get the opportunity to do it. Problem is, there are like 40 of us who are actually working, if that many. And it's like, we kind of know who did this stuff. It's like, it's sad. Yeah, don't plagiarize. You just look like a jackass. Right? I made a lot of Warner Brothers characters when the Warner Brothers stores were really starting to take off. Like, there was a lot of, Disney had little stores that had a bunch of sculpture in them, and Sanrio, like Hello Kitty, had a bunch of stores, and Warner Brothers had stores, and we did most of that sculpting. There were like three or four places in LA where that stuff was mostly made. Yeah, there was like one of the sports stores had us, like, we sculpted a lot of sports figures, like Michael Jackson and Ewing and a lot of that stuff. I don't know if they were NBA stores or if it was a store that carried a lot of the NBA. I can't remember. That was so long ago. I mean, that was 20 years ago. I can't tell you how Hello Kitties and Karopis I've sculpted. We did a lot of that crap. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I understand why they do it, because you want your break, right? Because the difference in working at the level that we were working at and the work they were doing, I mean, we got paid a lot more money than they did. So I mean, might as well take the chance, right? Maybe it won't come back and bite you in the butt. It was funny. Yeah, we did a lot of sculpting for Vegas too. I did a bunch of stuff for Treasure Island and Caesar's Palace, and well, most of that. There are very few of those very few of the casinos that we didn't work on. I'm just futzing around. This is sort of a pendant, right? Kind of an opal that has like a lot of red in it. So I thought that would be kind of cool. Maybe. I'm just fiddle futzing around, answering questions, sculpting goofy stuff, talking about all kinds of stuff. So if you have any questions that you would like answered, I'd be more than happy to try to answer them. Can't always promise that I can answer them, because a lot of people want to know, like gaming and film stuff, but I'm a manufacturer. I use ZBrush to manufacture stuff, so have a fairly specific set of information that isn't always what people want to know. But if you want to know anything about ZBrush and printing, manufacturing, jewelry, furniture, you name it, I can probably answer most of those questions. Thank you. I mean, this is just in case. So this is sort of some of the stuff that I do. You can see that most of it comes in, everything's pretty much for manufacturing, like from toys to jewelry, furniture, Legos. Lots of 3D printing stuff. And then this is all 3D printing to manufacturing, right? Tables, rocking chairs, lamps, you name it. We do a lot of it. Oh, I'm glad. Listening to me yabber on. I enjoy listening to you yabber about silly stuff. I'm glad. Normally I try to avoid the overt political stuff. Sometimes I just can't believe what's going on around me. So I rant sometimes. I apologize. I think things like the Confederate statue conversation stuff, that was actually about art, because I think there are artistic solutions to things like that, where art being used as a social tool, I think is very important, and I think that it's something that our society has stopped doing. Because like out of the Great Depression, the mural movement started out of that, because we had government funded community murals, and there's nothing like that, and we're sure not going to get anything out of this government, that's for sure. Oh, I think that putting them in museums is definitely a viable answer. But the problem with just putting in museums and not turning them into something else, once again, changing the context, in the future, it's just going to look as if they are, they're that heroic soldier, right? Big horses, big men on big horses being proud. And I think that even in a museum, if you just have them set off, you could very quickly lose context, right? It's just, these are war heroes. If you look at them, they're war heroes. But they were not war heroes. It was treason, and it tore this country apart. And, there aren't statues of these men hanging, or, that's the actual context, as opposed to a war hero. No, it was treason. Over 600,000 people died because they didn't want to change how they dealt with their economy, I have the pro version of ZBrush. I've always had the pro version of ZBrush. I don't really know the difference between the HD and pro versions. It was like $400. I was like, yeah. So I'm not quite sure what the differences are. I'm such a pathetic renderer. I don't know if I'm taking advantage of the pro version. I don't know. I probably could have gotten away with the HD version, but it's just so cheap compared to the actual program. You might as well get as much as you can, because you never know when you need what that extra whatever is. Oh yeah. No, we're heading to 4 million very quickly, and it's 140,000, isn't that? Yeah, no, it's serious. Oh no, it's a government scam. Yep. Yep. Nope, I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. I think that I think, well, we've had, to say that we have an irresponsible government responding to a pandemic irresponsibly is sort of like going, oh look, it's a blizzard, look, it's snowing, there's yeah, of course we do. But here it is, and I'll tell you what, no matter what, no matter how well anyone or how poorly anyone dealt with COVID response nationally, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. It's going to be part of our lives for a very long time. So it's it's going to be interesting to see how this, as a paradigm shift in our society, what is it going to do? And that I do find fascinating because I'm a major history geek. I love trying to figure out the reality of history, as opposed to the victor story. That's how we're going. I mean, I make a lot of judgments on how I live my life and how I view what's going on in my life by, I'm going to use that word again, through historical context. How did we react when this happened before? What happened before? I think that we really do learn. Well, sadly, I don't think society learns. Society is a very slow learner. I'm just going to say that. But yeah, it will be fascinating to see how this all plays out. But luckily, for those of us who have adopted digital media as our artistic outlet, I think we're lucky because this is something that we can do from home. I've worked from home for the last basically the last 16 years I've basically worked from home. I've had a few jobs where I had to go into the office every once in a while, but very quickly did they learn they got much more out of me when I was at home. So I spent most of my working time at home on both of those jobs. But and as a digital educator, this has been good for me in the sense of a lot of people are at home and want to learn. So for digital education, this has been a little bit of a boon time, And I think that's only going to get better because a lot of these businesses are not going to be hiring the people back. And so people are going to be hunting for online virtual situations, because I don't know how education is going to get back to normal anytime soon. They're talking about trying to open schools this year. That's asinine. Those are hard answers because it really depends on you, right? I think it took me it was a long time ago. I'm trying to figure it out. Maybe 6 months to learn the program, learn how to do, because God only knows I couldn't afford a printer back then. But I bought a mill. So to learn how to use the mill, learn how to create models that were viable as professional objects, I think it took me 6-7 months. But I had been a sculptor for, pushing 30 years at that point. So, I didn't come to it flat, right? I was a very good sculptor when I took up digital sculpting. So, I think within a year or two, you should definitely be able to have real professional level skills if you are working at a medium rate. But if you go in there and if this is all you do, if you immerse your life into this, and you happen to be an okay digital sculptor to begin with, or you can see three-dimensionally well at the beginning, I think you could pick it up in, 6 months, 7 months. If you take a class, you could pick it up a lot quicker, So it completely depends on you. Now, when you say ready to go into the studios, you have to understand you can't just be competent. You've got to be very good to get that work. There's just not that much of that work out there. So that's tricky work to get your hands onto, So that means you'll have to work extra hard, right? It really all depends on your passion, your capacity to put in more hours and get better quicker than the people around you is really what it's about. So those are very hard questions to answer. If you're doing, 2 hours a day, it's going to take you years and years, unless you're blessed with skill, A milling machine. It has basically like a drill bit that spins really fast, and it goes along a path and cuts things away, where a printer goes along a path adding, right? So it's just subtractive manufacturing as opposed to additive manufacturing. Oh yeah, no, this has killed tons of small businesses. Yeah, I will tell you, I actually enjoy milling a lot. Um, my mill is sitting in a garage right now. The plug is screwed up. When it got moved, someone stomped on the cord, and I've just never, I've just been busy. I've never gotten it fixed. I would really like a mill that cut metal, though, because mine's really just a wax mill. It's a nice wax mill, but it's a wax mill. Yeah. But there are CNC lathes, and um, CNC doesn't necessarily mean a milling machine. All right, give me 1 second. I gotta go potty and refill my water. I'll be right back. Oh, oh. I will say one thing. When you get used to well water, this came out of, you know, the refrigerator filter. And I have to tell you, our water tastes so much better than this. Well water's awesome. They're in that download. Yeah, and I mean, we have a very deep well. Our well is below 600 feet. So we have just really pure, clean water. You know, it's a nice aquifer. There's no pollutants. Oh, Mikey's. Wait a second. I forgot. Looky. Wait, working on it. Look what I got. Yay, new camera. Super excited. I haven't had a good camera in a long time. But with the class, we're going to be shooting video and stuff, and for product shots. So I went ahead and bought a new Sony. 61 megapixels. Are you kidding me? 61 megapixels? That's ridiculous. 4K video. Yay. Well, actually, it's really funny. My friend's father was the one who came up with the concept of instead of process filtering, where they use limestone as the filter for the water for the city. And the water is much better, but they still chlorinate or fluorate. Don't they still put fluoride and all that kind of stuff in the water still in most cities? I'll tell you what, our water tastes great. I'm really spoiled. Oh, I'm sure. Actually, the Fuji, what is it? The Fuji MX1 or something like that is 100 megapixels. But I mean, I know that Hasselblad makes a medium format camera that's, I think it's in the 50 to 60 megapixel range, but it's a $60,000 camera. Now, to be fair, it has a medium format sensor, so it has a much bigger sensor as well. But I don't know, 61 megapixel in a camera. You know, what's great about it is that you're cropping. You know, you can take a picture and just crop out the middle of it, and it's still more megapixels than most cameras have. And Sony's glass is really good, and their autofocus is really good, and their image stabilization is really good. The problem, what a lot of people don't realize, is that if you get, like, you know, even a 30, 40 megapixel camera, often your pictures turn out blurrier, because when you have that big of, or that small of a pixel, it detects the motion really easily, so you can wind up with a lot of blurry images if your image stabilization isn't great. And Sony's image stabilization is awesome. I know, right? It does kind of look like the Hubble. This Zeiss lens is really funny. That's an 18 millimeter lens. Right? It's a pretty good piece of glass. So as soon as I get the little Elgato card, I'll start using this as my webcam as well. That's why I got the 18 mil, because it's, well, the Zeiss, this 18 mil is really, really tight. Like the center, like it parallaxes pretty bad at the outside edges, because it's, 18 mil is a pretty wide lens, but the center is super clean. And so with 61 megapixels, you can crop all that out and get just these beautiful, clean, wide-angle lenses. And it's really good for video. It's a good, like if you're shooting yourself and shooting people in this range, like this range, it's a really good angle, or it's a good focal length. It's good stuff. You just plug it into the computer. There's a thing called, I have one of the cards in my other computer, but Elgato Camlink 4K. So they make this little groover, and it is a video image converter. So you can just plug that in and it instantly converts your camera to what the computer can read. Like I said, I have the full card for my camera at home, but for this, I can just plug this in, plug that in, use it as, so when I go in and look at camera source, it comes in, and then I can plug the camera in. Like it has a battery that you can plug in that I can plug into the wall, and that way it's continuous feed. You just hit, I can't remember what it's called, what the option's called, but you push the button and it just, it doesn't have a lens, or it doesn't have a shutter. It doesn't have the shutter. Good God, my brain. Sorry guys, I'm a mess. But it converts that digital signal into the video signal, so you can use it. And yeah, it's nice. But what's nice about it is that it's a wide angle and it has depth of field, so you can blur things out. And it just, honestly, it's a much nicer image. I think you all can judge. Next week, my Elgato will be here soonish, so yeah. But I'm really excited, so we can, I know there are no trade shows right now, but take it to trade shows and Tony and I can just film a bunch of, like, us being goofy and interviewing gym dealers and some stuff like that, and then turn that stuff into YouTube videos and kind of start a YouTube channel where it's more us going and interviewing other people, and just like going to Australia and doing some opal mining, and like go to Thailand and go across the border to it's Myanmar or whatever now, and do gym, go to Sri Lanka, and so travel and take some videos of us traveling and doing some jewelry stuff that's not like teaching, but just going through our friends' safes and looking at some cool gemstones and talking about them, and just personality stuff that's tied to some of this jewelry industry stuff. And I think that would be some pretty good YouTube content, just do a bunch of 10-15 minute videos of us and try to take advantage of developing a YouTube audience. I had a gentleman who was he's a game streamer, and he was like, dude, you need to do it, because one of the things gamers are always struggling for on the YouTube stuff is content. It's like, and a lot of them go to the point where they start explaining technical equipment, and these are the webcams you want to use, and the video card thing you want to use. You know, a lot of the gamers turn to that kind of technical information stuff. But we have some pretty cool, we have some pretty cool things that we can show and do, I think. And like I said, you go to a trade show, we know hundreds of people selling and doing, equipment, and just sit down with like the guy from Fritz Hammer and have him explain why a hammer is good. It's just interesting stuff. I find it interesting, so I'm sure somebody will find it interesting. Right? I did too. I was like, yay, a camera again. I'm trying to find, they make for this, another one of the reasons is that the Sony, or another one of the reasons I bought the Sony was they have a lens that is a 90 millimeter 2.8 macro. And so it's considered one of the best pieces of glasses made, one of the best pieces of glass made. It's like, it's a great all around macro. And I need something to take product shots and pictures of the prints and stuff. And that's a print or a lens I definitely want. And they also make this 100 to 400 telephoto, and that's a really good range telephoto, and the glass is super good in that. And get a good telephoto, got that. I need like a 35 to 70, and then like maybe a 105. There you go. That's all you need. Yes. Aren't they, Tony, aren't they Fritz hammers? Fritz? I can't think of what they are. But, Fritz, yeah. That's a sexy hammer. Tony has a lot of them, if not all of them. I have to admit, I like just the big ass hammer they make. That's just great. I just want one of those to carry around in my bag. My tomahawk and my Fritz hammer. Oh no, here. Dr. Beard Vorgan, you want to see a sexy hammer? I mean, come on, those are sexy hammers. But hold on, where's the big one? Damn it, where is it? They're forming hammers, but they have one that's just like the granddaddy of all Fritz hammers, and it is awesome. All right, let's go to Fritz tool. Oh, here. Ooh, look, they have new precision hammers, Tony. Wow, look at that. Hold on. What the hell is that? No, give me that one. What are those? Those are crazy. I haven't seen those. Now that's a hammer set, Tony. All right, where's that big hammer? Do they not have it anymore? Can't I just see like all the hammers? Hammers. That can't be all the hammers, is it? Where did you just get? Was that a weird hammer? Do they not sell that hammer anymore? They have one that just sort of looks like a hammer. Oh, it's just pure sex. It is such a nice hammer. Look, this adds up to more than 48. Large. Let's look at large hammers. Is that it? I think that might be it. Doesn't yours have a bigger head than that, though? Hey, hey, how's it going? Okay. I'm willing to look that up. Hammer? Ooh. Well, that's a different beast altogether, isn't it? Are they antique? Oh, I see how you are. How am I supposed to get a hammer search in here with you misspelling things, buddy? Ooh. Wow, that's a doozy. Look at that thing. Just polished steel, so nice. Have I gotten you in touch with Oleg yet? Ooh. It's ridiculous you two have to get together because he does some incredible... Wow, you're right. That's a sexy hammer. Look at those little groovers. Oh my god, that's the most adorable hammer in the universe. Oh, those are great. Okay, you're right. Some pretty good hammers. I need to get you two together because, I mean, Homie's doing some beautiful, I mean, when you're building actual suits of armor, that's pretty rad. And he's a complete freak nut. You'll love him. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, that's pretty. Oh, yeah. You're right. Man, look how polished that is. Whew. That's sexy. I love people come to watch ZBrush and I'm sitting here looking at hammers. I don't know what you'd use it for, but it's damn cool looking. Pretty, I guess, reaching into things, getting around things. Interesting. He has a lot of room in his head. That's interesting. Cool. He's like, I'll make you whatever you want. Where is he? Is this someone you met somewhere? Where did you find out about his tools? Because those are pretty darn sexy. Well, a friend of mine, he does armor, and he and I were talking about he has some ideas for making some hammers for his apprentices, and like making an apprentice set of hammers that I was going to work with him on, but he moved on me. He moved down by Tony, and so I'm trying to get them together just because I think he'll enjoy his company. He's good. He's an interesting fella. Looks like a Pop-Tart or something retarded, goofy looking thing. Just not happy with that shape yet. Oh, really? He's from Seattle. Interesting. Fascinating. He makes some very sexy hammers. It's funny, there's a weird, like, little blacksmithing culture in Seattle. Do you remember? You went to that. It's been. I think you went with us, didn't you? Probably not. We went to a sort of a, like an open house at the artist studio or art spaces, and they had a whole group of blacksmiths there, and I thought it was kind of an interesting little blacksmith culture. It's funny when you run into like a group of blacksmiths. It's not one of those things you normally run into. But they made some beautiful stuff. My friend Jim used to live with a woman in Lofoten, Norway, and she was paid by Norway to do traditional blacksmithing, and then they had on the island they have a historic longhouse. And so she would go during the summer when people would come visit. She would go to the longhouse and do traditional blacksmithing there. But they paid, like they bought all of her equipment and stuff, and and they'd pay for her to go travel, and she'd go study with other people who knew about traditional Norwegian blacksmithing, and it was really interesting. Like, the country actually paid for her to learn and retain this, culturally important art form. I thought it was pretty cool. Pretty cool. So now, turn off Z. fine. It's a good time, I guess, to do this. Well, thank you. So now what we're going to do, new folder, duplicate. You always want to keep the original part. Boom. Append a star. Boop. Cylinder. See, Tony, it retained the size here. It didn't hop back to that original size. That was a weird thing. That was a weird thing. Slider's a subtool. That's... All right, we can make it a little bigger than that. Hey, laddie. What's he got there? Boop. Oh, no, you know, you have every right in the world to let something like that disturb you. You know, don't ever, no, you're fine on that. I mean, you know, it's something that is completely changing your life. And when you have people who, you know, run around talking about things being a hoax and this and that, and, you know, it's strongly affecting you and your family, you have every right to be upset about that. Don't ever feel bad about that. And you can never feel bad about doing it on my space. Or I mean, on my time. Yes, that, you know, that right there is one of the most tragic statements we can have. I think that the fact that, you know, this is happening to your family and, you know, you can honestly say that, you know, the business doesn't care, that says something about the state of our union. Yeah, not much I can do to help, but I will say that, you know, you always have a place to vent. Sleep well. Yeah, no, sculpting's a good thing. It's a good solution. And if there's anything I can do to help you on that one, bring your models next week. Let's look at them. We'll start there. Or you may find that you can find a way that you can just produce stuff and that'll pay for things. There are tons of different options. The studios is not your only option once you learn to sculpt. Okay. Well, when you get models, bring them in and we'll look at them. But hang in there and, you know. Exactly. Nah, fan art's not a gray area. Fan art's fan art. I mean, you know, basically, you know, if you look at the entire gift statue, you know, like, what is it, sideshow and all of that, anything that's a you know, a sculpture of, you know, any of these characters and stuff, all of that's fan art. There's nothing wrong with fan art. Well, like I said, if you, once my class is kind of up and running, you know, check in and you're always welcome, and I'm sure we can get you in somehow or another. Don't stress about it. It'd be nice to have you there, because you're a hell of a lot stronger than I am in that context, because I'll tell you, I'd be a lot angrier. Yeah. You're gonna go to bed? Don't be a quitter. Okay, fine. You can quit. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Oh, I guarantee you, stress is a brain killer, man. Stress will take you down in a heartbeat. That's why I left Hollywood, man. Stress was just, it was making me not a nice person. Not that not having a lot of stress has made me a nice person, but I was a much less nice person. I don't know if that makes me a nice person, but I was sure a lot closer now than I was then. Allergies suck. Oh, well, I'm glad that I can provide some joy for you. I'm glad to see you from Germany. Infinite. What does that say? Make curve. That is not what I want to do. Here we go. No, we are not adding lines. So first thing, when you run into that where you keep touching things and you're adding stuff, just go back in and say do nothing. And that way if I tap those edges, it's not going to add that geometry. Because since this only has one point on the edge, it's very easy to, you know, grab the line or grab the edge as opposed to the point. So do nothing is a useful tool sometimes. Alrighty. Yeah, that can be brutally tough. Nope. Stop it. Give me my line and that. I know I say don't load edges, but I'm loading this edge because I'm going to divide this to be smooth. And I'm not working on this. I just want it to be smooth. Alrighty. Alright, everybody calm down. Boop, 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 boop. Subtract. Start. Turn things on. Wait, what's going on there? Have I not been working on this model? Oh, you're kidding me. All right. What was I doing? Oh, I see. That was just on. All right. Never mind. We're doing the right thing here. Oh, no. I did do the wrong thing. All right, stop it. I know. I understand. Transparency. Move. I did this on the wrong model. That's okay. I'll load edges if I want. Do as I say, not as I do. You're not allowed to load edges. I am perfectly okay about loading edges. No, doctor, let me tell you, you're right there. It's very hard to believe that things can get better sometimes because there is a world of BS. But you know, trust me, things can get better. But a lot of that is just you deciding that things can get better, you know. It's you making the conscientious decision that you want them to get better. And you take those steps and efforts to create it where they do get better. And it's not going to happen magically and, you know, none of that nonsense is going to help. It just comes down to you deciding that, yes, it will get better. And if you work to get it better, it can get better, for sure. But a lot of that is you're going to have to, you know, figure out and ditch some of the issues that are creating a lot of stress, because those are things that or, you know, and I mean, let's face it, you're dealing with some really hard stuff right now, and stress is a perfectly legitimate response to something like that. So, you know, don't get caught up in the fact that things aren't where you want them to be right now or any of that. Just, you know, just take those steps step by step and move on. Momentum's a big deal. Don't let things get you bogged down. And I know you're dealing with some stuff that can definitely bog you down. So, you know, just keep at it. Step forward, breathe, and keep moving forward. All right, turn transparency off. Make sure everyone's turned on. Start, subtract, Boolean folder. Oh. Hold on. We need to duplicate this one because I accidentally moved the wrong one, right? So now we have that one. Boolean folder. Oh yeah. We're not even going to talk about the dumb stuff that I've done. That's a completely different topic. Righto. Have a good night. Sleep well, my friend. Why is that not? Oh, there we go. So, as you can see, because I Booleaned, this now becomes a single mesh. So this is the point in which I will use Sculptris Pro to come back in and just touch up some of these spaces that okay, we're not above it. Touch up some of this stuff with Sculptris Pro instead of dealing with before I remesh, right? I want to knock this edge off. And Sculptris Pro is just the easiest aggressive way of getting some of this stuff homogenized before we go into our Z remesh. And so you can see I'm not necessarily in a Dynamesh, but I've wound up with a single shell. Because once you Boolean, it turns it into a single shell. Right, righto. And you can see I don't mind if I'm blowing out my mesh a little because I have my other mesh to reproject to once we Z remesh this. So Is there anything else that kind of needs to be dealt with? I think that might be it. Right? That's okay. Let's smooth that out. All right. So now I'm going to take this and we are going to leave symmetry on X but not Z. I'm going to bring my ZBrush all the way down and we're just going to look and see what it does. ZBrush, boop. Alrighty. So if the stream lags, don't stress out. It's just my poor computer, because I forgot to run OBS as administrator again. So sometimes when you do a really hard, when the machine's thinking really hard, it'll lag out my stream unless I run it as OBS as, oh, look at that. Not a bad remesh. This is a little clunky. Let's just run it one more time. That's where it is. Boom. Let's see what that does for us. Oh, a little cleaner there. Oop, except that it's a little squirrely. Was that bad? One more time. You got that weird corner right there. What's going on there? Is that just out of position a little, or is it really squirrely surface? I think it's just out of position. So we can just take that and move it back. There we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Do not. Oh, there was an extra line on there, was there? Okay. So now you can see that that's a pretty clean mesh, right? Nothing real squirrely. So that now allows us to divide this up, divide. I'm going to do my first projection a little lower res. Turn you on, hide you. I'm going to turn this on and we're going to make this our history state by taking control and, taking control and tapping that little bugger. So that's history. So now we're going to come here and project history. So, does anyone have any questions while I'm waiting for this to project? Well, that was pretty quick, wasn't it? All right. We're going to turn this on to transparency so I can see where my disparity is. And use clay build up and just kind of bring that up in here. Knock that back a little. And now we need to just come up with all those points. Is that where? All right, so turn this off for a second. Let's turn this off. And let's see where our mesh is weird. Our mesh is weird on these points. So smooth the point, fill it in. So when you project, you often wind up with these, especially after you remesh, because they're just not hitting the parameters of, you know, the mesh relaxes greatly when you Z-mesh it that low. So you're going to have to come back in often in just this first round of remesh. And that's why you do a fairly low geometry remesh the first time, because you can come in and figure out where you need to add geometry, and it's easier to add geometry at these low levels. Right, and I'm just filling these in. And they don't have to be perfect because the projection will take care of them. Right. And a lot of people think that this is a waste of time. It is not, because it allows you to control your mesh later on. And mesh management is the biggest thing you need to kind of wrap your head around if you're planning to go to printing, right? So what is that? That's just goop that's been left over. Let's put this in a folder. Before you do this, after Booleans, often you wind up with weird floating geometry. And so the best way to get the geometry out is to, usually I just auto group, split, and then I just delete hidden, but I'll show you here. So split the parts. Right? And it's only those two little goopy places. So that's nice. You can see them right here and right here. So that's good. Sometimes this can be 1,000. Literally, I've had it where there are thousands of parts. And it's depending on the complexity of what you're doing. And, well, it's now a little bit more efficient than it used to be. So you can see we're missing these points here. All right. And once again, project history. No, I didn't get those insides. Whoa, hold on, I missed some stuff here. Yeah, well, let's talk, let's try to talk tomorrow or Wednesday, and I'll kind of show you what's going on. Righto, righto. And so smooth that out. I'm not too worried about that interior surface because at the end of it we'll make a final cut. Is that the only? That's looking okay. So we will divide again. That takes us to 1.82. Let's project here, project history. And you can see that as we go up and project history on each subsequently subdivided layer, we're going to get a more detailed reprojection. It's really annoying not being able to see how many people are here. Like, I have yet to see many, like, you know, there's no YouTube people that I see, and there's no Facebook people. I don't even know if we still have people on Facebook and YouTube. I just don't know. My counter isn't working tonight. So do we still have anyone on Facebook or YouTube? My sort of counter went a little wonky, so I have no idea how many people are out there still. I just don't know. Oh, so there are still people here. Okay, good. See, right here I have 0. I have no... Hey, Blue Cross, how's it going? But both of you, no, okay. As long as, hey, as long as people are here, we will continue. I will finish this and then we'll prep it for print. And then, yeah, it's 1:28. And that will, I think we can call it an evening at that point. So anybody have any questions, please feel free to ask. Oh, great. Wow, look at that. Cool. As I said, anyone at all, feel free. I am actually here to answer your questions, not necessarily get anything done. So ask away if needed. You are not bothering me. We will divide this one more time and let us project history one more time. Just to get some of that little finesseful stuff that I had going. We'll go over this a bit. We're going to have to be able to cut this, so I've got to make the design look like we can cut it and weld it. But we want to create it where we can get into it without, you know, you don't, especially with opals, you don't want to put too much pressure on it when you're... Once again, if we lag, it's because I'm projecting. I'm sorry. I'm not losing anyone. My stream's just like, So while we're waiting for this to happen, anybody have any questions? Answers? Opinions? Anything? What's setting mine? That's exactly right. Who watches the watchers? Okay, that's going to take too long. So you know what we're going to do? We are going to stop that. Come on. Did that just make clunky noises? Oh, there we go. All right. Okay. Excuse me. Let us just... You know what? That's a tricky one. Do you mean just like general education for bench jewelry or for ZBrush? When you say old school modeling, do you mean like wax carving? What do you mean by old school modeling? I used to do like wax carving. That's that's how I started in jewelry. I did wax carving for a few films. I carved a handful of pieces. Um, yeah, see, I'm a sculptor, basically. Like, I never went through the whole jewelry thing. Like, I didn't learn jewelry from books and stuff. I learned jewelry from uh, jewelers. I came in as a designer, as a sculptural designer for jewelry objects, and then by working with jewelers and gem setters and stuff, I picked up my practical jewelry information from jewelers. So I never had a jewelry education per se. Um, my jewelry education was with bench jewelers. I think it's a good way of going about it. Do you have a recommendation? No, I don't use. I've never used any of those. ZBrush is really the only modeling program I've ever used. Because I'm a traditional sculptor, I kind of fell into digital sculpting. Well, I would buy the biggest graphic tablet you could buy. It's all about what you can afford. I mean, buy a Cintiq if you can afford one, because the ability to take your stylus and work on it this way, I think, is a much more valuable process. But I mean, I had people in class who worked on little tablets. It's just whatever you can afford. Honestly, um, you can't really use ZBrush in a mouse. I mean, you can by coming up and adjusting your pressure here, but it's either 100% on or 100% off. So there's no way to get the benefits of the pressure sensitivity. So you really kind of have to work with a tablet, or you're really missing a lot of what the subtlety and like just what you can do with the program. So you definitely want to figure out how to get a mouse, or I mean, you need to get a mouse. Wait, no, not a mouse. You need to get a what do you call it? A tablet of some sort or another, because you're going to be miserable and you'll never really get the benefits of ZBrush if you're just doing it with a mouse. Don't get me wrong, I had a student who produced some amazing stuff, and when he told us he was using a mouse, we were all like, what? No, you have to get a stylus. But I mean, it can be done, but you're definitely missing a lot of what the program offers if you're trying to use a mouse. All right, so now that's how we can break it up. Yeah, I mean, there are other people who make, like, look for a used Cintiq. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look for a used Cintiq, or is it Hanwei? There are a couple people who have tablets, like monitor tablets. If you can afford one, get one, because it's a completely different thing. It's definitely worth the investment, and you could feasibly get a used one for $500. New messages. No, I do not believe there is a iPad version of ZBrush. No. Um, you might be able to get it to work. Um, I would say you're probably going to need a faster machine, or more modern machine, just because it's now starting to integrate um, like GPU usage and things like that. Now there is, if you just want to start learning to play with ZBrush before you start, there is ZBrush Mini, which is free. You can download it. It doesn't have all the features, but it'll give you a place to start digital sculpting until you can afford an upgrade on your machine, I think. So there's ZBrush Mini and Sculptress that you can play with. Both of those are free downloads. And that might be a place where you want to start until you can get a little bit more of a machine. I think you need at least 16 gigs of RAM to actually get any of the benefits of ZBrush. Yeah, of course. I mean, anything I can do to help, information wise, I do. Um, yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to pull that one off. I mean, you can, I'm sure that it'll open it, but you're just not going to be able to have very large models. And sadly, ZBrush, if you want to get any kind of detail, you're going to need, some bigger model sizes. And so, if you have ZBrush or you're going to buy ZBrush, I would download ZBrush Mini first and just see how that runs on your machine. Because like I said, it's a free download. Hold on. Let's see if they have the... no. Do I not have Twitch? Oh. Twitch Pixologic. I think... well, there is a free trial of the full ZBrush right here. You can download that and see how it works. But I think it's called Mini. ZBrush Mini. Yeah, see, there are already tutorials and stuff for it, but I believe this is free. Yeah, free download, Core Mini. So, you can sculpt in it, right? It just doesn't have a lot of the other features, but that's a free download. And if that runs, you may want to download the free, I think it's a 30 or 40-day trial of ZBrush. And then you'll see how it runs on your machine and just see how big a model you can make on it. I still haven't downloaded Mini to give it a shot. Because it's always good to play with that stuff, because when people ask questions, I can answer them. So that, right, there, that at least looks, you'll hear me talk about intentionality. And like whenever you have a weird intersection that's coming together, just do something with it so it looks like you intended that to happen. And that helps a lot because people aren't like, well, why is that so ugly? You know, it doesn't have to be. Now this, since we're going to cut this, let's give it something to cut around. Boop. I use DokiWare. I've always used DokiWare. They're a little more expensive. I think they're in that $30 range. But what's great is, it seems dumb, but there's this cut up here, and then this is really flexible. So you don't get this weird pinch right here when you're using it. And the other thing that's really great about these is that, I don't know if you can see it, but there's like a micro fiber here on the pinky and on the forefinger. And so when you're touching, it just moves really smoothly. And there's that padding, and it kind of cleans your screen as you're doing it as well. And I mean, I've had these things for years. I have I have an entire thing of them. I probably have like 8 or 9 of them that I've purchased, you know, as they updated them. And one got stretched out, so, you know, use that. But I like them a lot. And there was one point where he had sort of an odd shipment, and this wasn't stretchy, so they tore out and this kept falling off. And I called him and said, hey, you know, this is happening. And he sent me new ones. You know, I think he's a pretty responsible dude, and he makes a good product. So I'm a big fan of DokiWare, DOKI. DokiWare. Yeah. But you see it has like a little padding on it there. Ooh, Series 3. Oh, I already have one of those. Oh, it's coming with new colors. Right. But it's really well made stuff. I like them. And how much are they? I don't even know anymore. Where are they? Oh, they're $15. Ignore me. I have no idea how much anything costs. Maybe it's $30 because I got a couple of them. But yeah, there you go. They're good. Of course. All right, and so this, boom, we'll cut it there, bring it in, and then that will be cut. Okay. So that's how we'll fit it in. We'll split that. So we are going to go append a star. I want that to be a cube. What am I doing? Oh, that's what I'm doing. Okay. Nope. Okay. So now much geometry do I have in this thing? None. Okay. Let's go back to cube. Let's get some geometry in there. Is that what I'm going to need? Yeah, I think that's what we need. Boom. Try this again. Shoot. So now I'm going to take a move brush. We need a little bit more geometry in here. Boop. 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 Nope. Boop. 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 Move. We're going to move you back. We're going to move that around so it goes around you. And that's going to come around as such. Now I'm not too stressed about this because this is something I can come back in and touch up in a bit. I just need to get it separated somewhat along these lines. Alright, and now that needs to come back over. Ooh. Smooth was not the answer. Okay. That's going to be close enough to spit on for right now. We'll bring that right there. Make that negative, make that start. And now we go Boolean folder. Boop. Oh, we have transparencies. Can't Boolean with transparencies turned on. Try that again. Boolean folder. How can you scale the edge of a plane without a mask? Hold on, let me get this and let's... Nah. Alright, and see, I was trying to be cute and quick and it turned out like poo. Alright, let's delete that. Let's delete that. I'm just going to split this down the middle for right now. And I will turn that into a plug. 1 second, Said. Let me get this cut and then I will try to figure out what you're talking about. Because I don't think you can just move one edge of a plane without it becoming, without masking. Right, so you have a plane. And you're like, how can you scale one edge without masking? I don't think you can. You got to mask this off. And then you can obviously scale the edge. Stop that. Oh, does this have a bunch of, oh. Yeah, right, because this has, right, you can't scale that edge without, is that what you're talking about, scaling an edge? Without masking, I don't know how you do it. If that's what you're talking about. If that's not what you're talking about. So let us put that right there. Boolean. Yes, ZBrush has an entire suite of hair grooming stuff. You can like do the filaments. It has a, you can select the density. There are a lot of hair tools. I don't use hair, so it's not something I know, for manufacturing, it's a little tricky. But there are a lot of hair tools. Oh, yeah. All right, let's try that again. Can't get distracted. That can't be additive. It's got to cut. Boolean folder one more time. No, I guess I have to turn that on. That helps. Let's try that one more time. It's obviously getting late. One sec. While this is doing, we'll do this. Images. So you can see that that's all hair stuff in ZBrush. So it can definitely be done. It's just not something I use. Because for printing, trying to print that without merging it all together and turning, you're just asking for a nightmare there. So that's that. So we come back here. We mask this off. And then we mask this off. We come down to extract. We do turn double off. We take thickness and make it negative 0.02. Enter. Extract. Accept. And so now we have these, that is ugly. Take this up, smooth this off. this stuff back. And now I'm going to flip that real quick just so the edge stays a little bit, oops, smooth. Make sure to turn on back face masking because I don't want this to seep through. Shift, turn on back face masking because I only want to get this stuff in here. Kind of smooth this out. Take clay tubes and fill this in. And I would normally just kind of put a notch in here. Once again, that's a little weird. So this is a point where Dynamesh is good. W, Dynamesh. Oh, symmetry's on. It does not like that. Boom, remesh by Dynamesh. Oh no, I want 1,000,000. All right. Q, turn that on. Come back in, turn symmetry back on. And you can see now you can work, once you have more geometry, you can work on these things so they're not just disappearing when you're working. And all I'm doing is trying to make a nice easy plug. Gonna clean up my edges a little. Right, and this, if I want it to be exact, right, we just come back to here, boop, hide this, boop. I can just take my projection brush and turn on transparency just so we can see we're standing. And I'm just going to project this back to the original shape that I liked and created. Right. So now when we turn this off, right, that's roughly the shape that we liked. Have a little bit more geometry than that now, so I can come back in here and just kind of clean this form up. Once again, clean that form up. SK trim, my edge smooth. You just want to make sure that, see, like that's wider than the front, that has to be thinner than the front. Right, you have to be able to see that front edge all the way around. So let's knock that back. Knock that back. All right. Now that got weird. What's that about? Okay. We'll re-dynamesh this one more time. Alright, so that's basically okay. This is a little funky, so we're just going to knock these edges down. That's just because those two edges projected. They were projecting like this, so they crossed. So that's why you got that weird surface there. We're gonna just, Hey Andrew, how are you doing? Where are you that it is afternoon? And once again, I'm just going to make this a little bit more like a wedge, gives a little bit more thickness so when it drops in, it, yeah, that's that weird stuff. Right? W, remesh by Dynamesh. No. Remesh by Dynamesh. Accept. And so now, except, normally spend a little bit more time to tune these up. This one literally is just, hold on, let's turn symmetry back on. This is a half round, or like a tiered shape, so. Right. Knock those edges off. You can fill that edge in a little. All right. Make this a little straighter. And so now, since we have, I want that to be a slightly cleaner shape. All right, so you have these two basic shapes. We come back down here, and we see how they turn transparency off. See how they sit. So you can see I want this shrink up some, so we're going to take move, and we're going to fill this shape in. There we go. That's more the shape that I was looking for. And that is pretty darn good. Well, actually, these need to be brought up some. Right, because I want them to sort of fit with that as a seam. And that's not quite a very sexy shape there, so come back in and kind of make sure that that's a little better. Right. I'm just going to get all the way outside that. Valencia. I miss Valencia. Gandia won't let me back in right now. I was planning on coming back, but no travel for US citizens. So no Gandia for Tomas. Sadly. Alright, so that shape works, that shape works. And so what we're going to do is we are going to, this is our sliced version. We're going to grab this guy and bring this down here. We're going to take this, make a new folder. We're going to take that, drop it in there. So the first thing we do is we make that start. We make this subtract, right? And now we go Boolean folder. You can do it. Right, so now we have this. And you can see that it has cut that out, right? So I'm going to take clay tubes and I'm just going to fill this side in just a little bit. And that is because I want this to then join, right? That side, and we're going to take it on this side and add it. Now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this side and smooth it back down a little. And kind of just polish some of this back a little. And then, bump, bump, bump. Bump. I need to get rid of some of that, so we'll use Sculptures Pro to get rid of it. Because I don't want that coming back up and getting me. Come on. Alright, we're going to do the same thing over here. And we are going to use clay tubes, and I'm just going to knock the surface back. Nope, I don't want Sculptures Pro turned on. Knock this surface back a little. Nope, come on, use Alt, you big ding dong. We're not actually removing too much material here, but so when I turn these on, I'm going to turn flip and see if they're intersecting with this. Boom. Nope, just that one. See how it's touching there? We want to make sure that it's not touching here and that it is touching on this side. Okay, it looks like we're good. And then the same thing here. We just need to make sure that it is touching over here. It is not touching anywhere over here. Yeah, see right there? We don't want that. Make this bigger. Clay tubes. Get rid of that. Nope, you really have to go away. And it looks like that's okay. So now we come back up here. Flip. Duplicate. Bring you down here. Well, here, we can just bring that up, make that start, and that way it won't do those. Boom, that's union, that's that. So now Boolean folder. See how you are? Tease me with a Spanish passport. Hello, hello. Sorry, you're under my little Windows thing. I can't see what that. What's it say? Sean. Hello, Sean. Yeah. I know. Right. So now what we have is there's a cut there, right? There's a cut there. It cuts all the way behind there. And now that'll pinch, but these two things hide the seam, right? Right, it's connected to this side and floating on that side. And so when you pull it apart, these are not actually attached. At least they better not be. Flip, let's see. Nope. See, there's separation there. You can see because there's no holes, right? And there are no holes. Right, you can see the hole there, so it's attached to that side. It's not attached to this side because both of the see no holes. And so now, don't crash it. It's Sculptris Pro. I got to turn that off. So now I can pull that apart, slide the stone in, and then close it. And we have hidden seams there, right? So now, flip. I am going to put this in well, here. So now how do we get rid of any of those floating parts? We come here, we go auto group, and then we go Control Shift and we just tap on the surface. And see how there's delete hidden now? Here, I'll just say split hidden instead of delete hidden. And you can see that, there are like these weird little artifacts and stuff. And so that's the easiest way of getting rid of those artifacts. So we're gonna just delete those. Gonna come here and I'm going to go down to 1,000,000 custom, boom. Decimate it. And this will take it down to 1,000,000 polys from 5,000,000 polys. Art of gold. Hey, there you are. Yeah, it's a pendant for opal. Yeah. But it has this kind of closure here, so you can open it, pop your stone in, and then just do a quick little fusion thing there. You can either do it with a laser weld or just a tap, a solder if you're brave with your opal. But just laser bump there, in the back, boop, boop. Polish that off, no one will see it. Once it's decimated, I'll show you. You can do it. Come on, you can do it. Wow, this is chugging along. Come on, you. Hi, what is the floating tool window with the power button? Oh, this? This is Lazy Nezumi. Do you know what Lazy Nezumi is? It is a... what have I done here? It's UMI Pro. It's this cool little program that it's basically like a guide set, right? And it does all kinds of sets. It does lines, it does circles. And so what's really nice about it, you can come in and let's say I really wanted this edge to be a perfect oval, right? And come in, I can choose this, and then hold down Control, drag it to the center of the world, come up like this, come down like this, get it to the center of the world, and then drag these groovers out, drag this groover over, and then you know, kind of get your ring to be right. And then once I get this set up to where it's the oval I want, right? What's nice about this is you can then take, let's just take a standard brush, right? And you could put an oval on it. Oh, this is a decimated tool. You're never going to see this, I don't think. Hold on. All right, well there. So we can take that oval, and now that's the oval we're looking for, right? So this way I can come here and do another one, and then fuse it, another one, right? It allows you to use these, and they're just really nice guides that you can't get in ZBrush, right? So, and the other really good thing about it is that let's say you can come in here, let's go to circle, boom, and you know, let's say you want these to actually be round, right? You can just grab it, drag it round, right? So it's just a really good control feature. Lazy Nezumi Pro. And it does have lazy mouses, and like this is a pretty cool feature. No, it's not that one. It's this one. Yeah. And so draw, and then it draws. See how it's drawing at the angles, and you can come in and assign these angles. And so this way, you can, like if you're just trying to do something kind of cool, it keeps everything square. Spirals, I use this a lot. I set the angles I want to draw, and so that way I come in and I know that I can always draw my angles right. And then it has fisheye perspective and all kinds of cool stuff where you like, and they're really just great sculpting guides, and it's not tied to the world, so you can do some really wonderful stuff with it. I like it. I like it. And so that is 1,000,000 polys. Check mesh integrity. Fix mesh. Close holes. And now we're going to, I use get metal. Okay, so it's not watertight. Close holes. Get metal price, okay. Check integrity. Fix mesh. So this is where some of these meshes can present issues for you. We're quick saving. And so because I have these weird interior surfaces that have these, when they weren't perfectly clean seams, so when it decimated, you get these weird corners and they kind of fold over one another and it becomes a problem. This is where you can dynamesh it, because I'm at 1,000,000 polys, right? So a dynamesh of 1,000,000 poly will retain it often, right? But you can sit here and futz with it, and often it'll close its holes on its own. But you can see it's not a thing, so we just go W, remesh by dynamesh, do it at 1,000,000 polys. And now check mesh integrity, fix mesh, close holes. Oh, let's auto group and get rid of this. Tap. Did it split the hidden? No. Auto group. Tap. And as you can see, it can be very pain in the buddy to get it to become because I have those crappy edges when I Booleaned, I didn't take time to clean them up. They're just folding over one another, and it just, so we just go Q, W, boom, remesh by dynamesh again, boop, accept, fix mesh, close holes. There we go. Now it's a watertight mesh. And that can go and yeah, ta-da, your bail, right? And there is the stone. Where's the stone? Boop. Ta-da. Opal pendant. Ta-da! Magic. Of course. All right. It's 2:28 in the morning for me. I'm going to wrap it up. I actually finished something. I I know all of you who have watched me, I never finish anything ever. So this is actually quite surprising. I finished something. Alrighty. Is there anything? If you don't have ZBrush, you can download a free trial on the site. But also, we now have the new ZBrush Mini, which will allow you to sit there and sculpt a little and play with it. It's not the full spectrum, but it's free. I want to thank ZBrush for having me. I know, right, Raytheon? It's actually quite shocking. Yeah, I don't know if I have anything. 11:20 a.m. there. Yeah, it's 2:30 here, so, or 2:29. So I started at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 6 hours. Not bad. Do I have any ZBrush alternatives for iPad Pro? I don't think so. I don't know. Nothing that I know of. Yeah. I don't think they've developed for that because, I mean, this thing's a beast. So trying to get something that'll run on that small of a processor, but I'm not a developer. I'm a friggin' sculptor. What do I know? I don't know nothing. Indeed. Well, this is my travel pack with my 22-inch, and then see, I have the best laptop case ever. There's my laptop case, my sound equipment layer for it, and then my Cintiq. And then what's sad is I actually need that bag so I can put this arm structure in it because I can't carry the arm and the sound equipment. What's the Wacom 1 tablet? I don't even know if I know it. Is that new? Okay, before I go, we'll look at it. Is this their new, like the new mobile studio? Oh, it's only a display tablet. It doesn't have the computer in it. Oh yeah, no, that's awesome. I mean, 13 inches is a little small to have ZBrush, having all of the menus and stuff on it. But it's not a display? They sure implied it's a display. Am I hallucinating here? I don't understand if that's... Oh, with screen. Here you go. Yeah, no. I mean, honestly, like I said, with all of the menus, 13 inches is a little small. But, I mean, I may do on a 16-inch, like when I was in London for 6 months. So, I'm sure you get used to it. I'll tell you, 4,000 pressure sensitivity isn't bad. I mean, you got to remember that the model before these was 28, right? It was like 2,800. So that's still double what the last ones were. And, I worked on those for years. There is a difference in the 8,000 compared to the 4,000. But, I mean, unless you've really worked with them and you do really subtle surfacing stuff, you won't notice too much difference. I mean, it's worth it. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why that would be a problem at all. I mean, as a tablet, at least you can see what you're working on, you know, because it's connected to the machine anyway, right? So, yeah. Oh, I don't know. I use my pressure sensitivity a great deal because, especially when you're once again, this, hold on, let's go back to something that actually has geometry in it. This has geometry in it. Like, because I do a lot of very subtle surface stuff, right? So it makes a big deal to me. But like, let's say you're doing, this is just an obvious one, right? You know, you're coming in and you're doing a fine line, and then you want, right? So I don't know, I find I use my pressure sensitivity a lot. But because I do tons of very, very, very subtle surface detail stuff, so I can notice the difference. There's a big difference between my old one and my new. And especially how I sculpt, like I do a lot of layering to get up to something. So using light to heavy, you know, getting pressure sensitivity and the thickness of your lines. Pressure sensitivity is a big deal if you use it. You know, some people sculpt with chisel hand, and you know, there aren't a lot of people who are trying to get the wacky surface detail that I do often. So, you know, I think that I find a great deal of use for the pressure sensitivity. Okay, kind and gentle folk, I am out of here, I think. So let me figure out how to turn this rascal off. Boop. All right, have a great one. I'll see you next week. Remember next week's crits. So if you have models that you want to upload, it is www semicolon. No, it's HTTP. Sorry. / ZBrush / TSW. I think that's it. Hold on. No, what did I screw up there? That should be an active link. Oh. Yeah, okay. And HTTP semicolon boom boom ZBrush TSW. Right? There we go. Boop. Yep, that's the right one. So upload your models there and we'll talk about them next week. Yep. All right. There we go. Have a great day, morning, evening, whatever it is where you are. Be safe. Wear your mask. And I'll see you next week.